Oh, hello, all voidly. My name is Kiray. My name is Kiray, and I'm your host and your voice for the voice. Here's to corrupt you and to you. I have no idea what I'm doing, and maybe a little bit of try my best to do quite a lot more stuff. Let me try to. I should change the name for this thing. No, not this. Not open chat. It's like, just change it a little bit. Yeah, I need to change this channel name. Edit channel, yes. Open live VC. Slash YouTube watch along. Boop. Okay, good. Set status. Da-da. Man, I'm fat. I need more exercise, to be honest. And I'm starting to need a little bit of skincare at this point. Been into some like very dry place lately. So yeah. And my desi ice. Give this a little bit of sip. And a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Everything should be done. Hello, everyone. No, I should change the way I say this. Hello, Voidling. Is my hair should be here or my hair should be here? Dang it, I kind of forgot. You know what? Just random. See which way it goes. Ta-da! Okay, here. Good. Don't have to bother too much things. Alright then, let's head dive. Oh, wait. Let's head dive into this particular thing that I still want to milk it. Not actually milk it. I am very invested and interested at this thing at the moment. Which is the Cinder drama. Because at the end, I did get backstabbed by a very trusted persons. Realized that it's just a two-faced person that wants to save his own ass when like shit hits the fan. So yeah, I do want to see like how this thing goes. So yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. Welcome to part 2.
Man, this is loud. Okay.
2 of the Cinder controversy because she is now officially, quote unquote, apologized.
You know what? I want to watch Nux one, but most likely Nux is just watching someone else. So yeah.
We covered this in yesterday's video. If you want the full details leading up to today, I suggest watching that video. But if you want a quick breakdown of everything before we look at the new apology, basically you have this large indie VTuber named Cinder who found herself in a lot of controversy after a series of Google Docs were released about her, beginning with this one from the artist Nanolist, who detailed their personal experience with Cinder as well as Cinder's manager slash secret boyfriend named Redacted, where those two individuals would badmouth and slander many content creators in their space, and then they try to get Nanolist, a very popular artist, to sign an exclusivity agreement with Cinder, meaning that Nanolist could only work with Cinder. And in this proposed agreement, there were specific content creators mentioned that they could no longer work with. Now, some of these content creators were just random people that had no personal relationship with Cinder. It was just pure jealousy on Cinder's part and insecurity. But there were some content creators that viewed Cinder as a close friend. Basically, Cinder was trying to sabotage the careers of her own friends for what, you may ask? Simply financial gain. She wanted to stay as the top dog in the indie scene, and she wanted even her own friends to suffer for her own success. Obviously, this doesn't go over well, and it goes even worse because Cinder would quickly try to get on top of this and make a statement that gets hit with a community note with all the
it's not really quickly.
Where she tried to basically blame all this on the manager boyfriend, saying it's all his fault and he has been fired. Well, that didn't go over well, as you can see by the metrics here on Social Blade. On Twitch alone, she lost 5,000 followers on Saturday, 6,500 followers on Sunday, and over 8,100 followers so far.
Trust me, she will still be successful. It's really hard to say this like about internet because like not a lot of people like me watching internet every day, you know? So they might not know the news. It's like there's like casual VTuber watcher or like casual internet consumers, you know? It's like that casualness is definitely there, you know? So they don't know, and to be honest, some would even don't care what happened. Long as they enjoy what they're seeing, yeah, it does not matter. And I'm really sad to say this statement, but it is what it is.
Today. And then on YouTube, she lost 5,000 on Saturday, 6,000 on Sunday, and over 10,000 so far today. And you might have noticed that the number for today is the biggest, and it's blowing up even more as the day goes on. And that's because, well, she apologized, and that's going very badly. But you also saw fans going nuts. People were literally burning their Cinder merch. Now, I get the frustration, but as pointed out here, I think the best route, especially with any sort of clothing-related merch, if you don't want to support her anymore, I would suggest donating it instead of destroying it, because I don't think some like kid in need who's cold and needs a sweater would mind if there's a disgraced hellhound VTuber on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But as I mentioned, there was the official Google Doc apology from Cinder. This was, of course, uploaded within an hour or so of yesterday's video. As always, that always happens. But you can see down here before we read the document, Shy Lily,
this is why like Mujin is not like making like a hasty video. Like he want to see all the he want to hold the popcorn and see all the shit show first,
into the shadow realm.
and then
So
he make a whole lengthy video
this
about
Google
it.
Doc rundown as simple and efficient as possible. I could sit here and read all 7 pages of what looks like a college student trying to get their essay in on time and reaching a certain word count. But I'm going to summarize this in a very simple way. All you have to do is keyword search sorry. Yep, sorry. There's
I'm
about
sorry.
20 mentions of sorry in this 7-page essay here.
I'm sorry.
And the
I'm
first one you
sorry.
find,
Even the
first
South Park one have
mention
more
of the
sorry
word
than this.
sorry is on page 5, at the end of page 5. Yeah, that's not a very good apology. Overall, this is not the worst apology in YouTube history. Like, Cinder didn't pull out a ukulele or anything like that, but when you're making an apology that is 7 pages long and it takes 5 pages to reach the first sorry, it's not a good look. And on top of that, those first 5 pages, complete gobbledygook, okay? A waste of time, as I have said. And she begins and continues on throughout the entire apology, trying to shift all the blame on her manager slash boyfriend. She tries to paint him as responsible for everything and that Cinder had no idea what he was doing. And it's very evident right here, right at the beginning. The only part from the first 5 pages we're going to actually look at here. In regards to Nanolis, they say this.
Sorry.
I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions, and I should have been more diligent in my oversight. She's basically saying I had no idea this was happening and I should have been watching a little closer, even though there's plenty of interactions between Cinder and Nanolis about these exclusivity agreements and who she can or can't work with. It's just a bunch of BS. But let's skip to the good part where the sorries actually start happening, and it begins right here with this saying, I don't deserve to be able to contact everyone involved directly to personally apologize, so I'll do it here in the chance they read it. So they begin with Nano, and again, to make this efficient, we're going to just focus on the sections where we see a mention of sorry. So we begin right off the bat. I'm sorry for letting things get to this point. I'm not sorry for any individual action. I'm sorry it got to this point. Or even entertain the thought of you working exclusively with me. That's not fair to you. I wouldn't be here without you, and I wouldn't have been able to do most of what I've already done without you. I felt overly attached to our relationship over the past 4 years and loved your work so much that I wanted to make myself exclusive to your art and should have never sought those feelings to be reciprocated. Everything you've ever worked on for me was always so perfect, and I lost sight of how everyone else around me would have felt. I had no intentions of pressuring you into anything, but looking back on my clouded judgment, I can see how those messages felt that way. Yes, so basically trying to, again, act like she had no idea what's going on. She begins with the sorry, basically saying, sorry, I wanted to isolate you from other content creators and other business opportunities for my own personal greed, and I used you as a sort of proxy for my own pettiness, where I wanted to use you in a way to sabotage VTubers I'm jealous of, including some of my own close friends. Yeah, that is a pretty messed up thing to do, and this apology to Nano is very, very weak, and it's trying to deflect blame on basically not understanding the extent of what's going on here. We now move on to Bao, who was a very close friend of Cinder and someone very affected by this, someone who was directly named in some of those exclusivity agreements. And they basically try to do the same thing, talking about how they're just such a great friend and they're disgusted with themselves for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. Interesting. They begin by saying that and saying, basically, I'm sorry these ideas were filled into my head. As she says here, but I did. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put in my head. She's basically saying someone else put this idea in her head to sabotage her own friends, and she was just helpless. She was basically possessed by this idea, and, you know, her hands moved on the keyboard all by themselves.
It can be happening, but it's too much.
This one's a very weird one, saying, I love getting to chat with you in person and absolutely loved all the hard work you put into the Boss Rush song. I was so grateful to hear that you were on board to edit the MV. I don't remember exactly why the stream got pushed back, but I definitely wouldn't have put the blame on you, knowing about how soon the deadline was when you started working on it. I was so thankful for your willingness to complete the project despite everything, and the quality of how it turned out was incredible. I can't believe how Red talked about you, especially after all the effort you put in for me. Yeah, it's another sorry this all happened, and sorry that Red did this to you. She's not taking any personal accountability here. Obviously, this is a theme so far. Now she moves on to Cottontail and Shy Lily, who were dragged into this. Yeah, she begins by saying, "I'm so sorry you had to get dragged into this. It's my fault I let it get this far, but I hope you can believe me when I say I had no knowledge of Red bringing you up in Nano's DMs." Amazing. It's the boyfriend's fault again. And she's sorry they got dragged into this. You know, the jealousy that she expressed regularly. Sorry that that actually was connected to you. And yeah, again, D- for this one. Another very bad grade on this apology. Then we address Silvervale here, who was a very interesting part of this whole series. She released a Google Doc on her role. She was directly mentioned as one of the VTubers that Nanolis could not work with, and she expressed many other thoughts about how she hates that people compare the two, and she just wants to break free from Silvervale. And Silvervale's like, I don't know who you are. Like, it's absolutely insane. And Silvervale was approached by Cinder on multiple occasions where she was basically trying to create a like fake friendship for financial gain, and it was very clear that's what it was. And Silvervale just said no. I'm not interested in any of that. But again, following the sorry format here, just looking for the mentions of that. You can see her addressing the whole photo thing, and she thought that this was the result of her being pressured by the community. That's why she took that photo together with Cinder acting like they're friends when in reality they had never spoken before. She also says this. This is amazing. "I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head about all these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. I'm sorry, Silver." So she's literally saying, again, I'm sorry other people's thoughts affected my behavior. Like, again, she had no control over her own thoughts and actions because people were making comparisons between Silvervale and Cinder. Then you have this Spite individual who really just kind of got shortchanged here. I mean, 3 lines. This was someone that, again, they were comparing themselves to and saying that Spite was trying to rip off Cinder with some of their decisions, and that was proven very false. But you can see, to Spite, "I'm sorry I had assumed things about your design that weren't true, and I'm sorry you've been harassed by commenters needing to compare us. And I apologize for the way Red spoke about you to Nano. You don't deserve any of this. I'm sorry."
Yeah, it's fine. If you're sick, just take your medications and, you know, stay healthy. Sorry that my camera, I realized that my head is just like tiny under just seeing the eye there. But yeah, you should take a break. Have some relaxing time. Listen to maybe your own favorite music, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Long as it can help you recover a little bit, relax a little bit. Alright? Don't have to always come and visit me. Right now I'm just like trying to stream as much as possible. Originally I'm going to stream much more earlier. I stream later because I was planning on like a lot of things lately, so it made me a little bit late. You did see like I constantly are trying to make more like shorts. Not shorts, it's like clip and this and that, yeah, the stuff, not this. Was it? So yeah, if you did see, like I did try to make a lot of like video shorts, not shorts, clips, and even shorts sometimes if it's possible. Just trying to my best to put myself on the map, and yeah, making more like clip and video, it does help a lot. So I would try to do more a little bit sometimes, a little bit commentating, a little bit of like, you know, just talk about some story and stuff, or like some personal thought, this and that, yeah, that stuff, and then put them in there. It would be much more helpful than just put like a drawing time lapse, because my face is not there, so not lots of people would you know, they just see like a nice art, they'll be like neat, and then move along. So if I want my content to be more appealing, I need to put myself out more. in some sense. And I can show it again. I don't mind the abundance amount of like tab on top of this, but as you kind of can see, let me zoom. Like the view, I just like released not long ago, so the view is not great, and I did stop quite a while. So yeah, but you can see like the view is actually climbing. Most of the things usually I would just like, no matter how much I put, it's just around like below 50, and then I'm starting to spam more clip out. Around this time, I start to spam more clip out. You can see 60, 100, and lots of things is like slowly growing more and more. And even my short is, you can see like this one has 700, this one has like hundreds, 300s, 500-ish, and the latest one I put not long ago. This one is, I already private this one. Putting on hashtag to try to cover popular things. Maybe I should. Like this Cinder drama, actually I did have like a video about it. And technically it's like some things I said yesterday stream. But I didn't put a hashtag for it. What should I put? Maybe putting a hashtag might help. Hashtag trauma. Because here's the thing, like this kind of like behavior does trigger me a little bit, because back in the day I was also like a victim of a two-faced persons that lie to another person straight up to cover his own ass and throw me under the bus. Like you would never see it coming, and the moment it happened right in front of you, you literally are too shocked. And around the time, I actually also, aside from shock, I'm sick and very tired, so I do not know how to fight back. I'm just stay there while it happened right in front of me. So yeah, it changes my entire life and personality, to be honest. If most people already see me as like a very friendly person, I used to be even friendlier. You can't really like erase your nature, but there was a period amount of time I really hate myself, that I don't really have like those kind of like first impression friendly thought anymore to anyone I met. Yeah, it's actually really traumatizing to a lot of people. For me, I legitly was a little bit burnt out on human relationship, and yeah, having a lot of trust issues. And also, like, those are what? Yeah, depressed. Yes. I was depressed for quite a while. It took me quite a few years to heal back, but yeah, like seeing Cinder situations, I was like, holy shit, this is like all those kind of like memory that I buried like 7 years ago just like resurfaced back again. I was like, holy shit. Sometimes I may talk about it, but I'm just talking about it. It's not like I really like dive deep into it. But yeah, because like normally people don't just remember their all like negative emotion. If best if you don't. So yeah, I do want to say something about it around the time I'm hearing about this. Like even now, I'm still quite invested in like this. This is why like right now I'm watching various people covering these issues. Because I was like, I don't want to assume stuff, okay? I don't want to assume stuff, especially I personally experienced this kind of stuff before. I do feel bad of all the people she kind of like backstab too. Especially some of the VTuber I watch too, like Bao, The Well, and Shy Lily. Like these two, I watched them. And yeah, the things that happened to them, I just wish them well. And then hashtag send this. Yes, in the VTuber. Just use send the VTuber at this point. Send the VTuber. And then instead of Malaysian VTuber, just use VTuber, I guess. Alright, good. Chief. Oh, by the way, if you guys didn't know, the hashtag only works for 3 hashtags. Apparently, YouTube doesn't have the brain capacity to have more hashtag. If you do like one more hashtag, it would just like it would just recognize the first 3.
It's wild. Only 3 lines, and for a person who's pretty involved, and on top of that, they're again talking about the other commenters who are comparing us and apologizing for red. Crazy. Then you have this one to Peaches here where it says, "I'm sorry if I made it seem like I was ignoring or ghosting you." And this is another thing you see again and again where it says, "I'm sorry you feel this way based on what I did." Not saying I'm sorry for what I did. No, it's I'm sorry you felt that way. That's never a good thing in a attempt at an apology. Then you have Rain here saying, by the way, this is the guy who claims that he was involved with her with sexting and stuff while she was in a relationship with Red years ago. Well, she confirmed it earlier in the document that yes, she was in fact cheating on her secret boyfriend manager. They were both very aware that she had a boyfriend at the time. Nobody was a saint in that situation, but she confirmed it. And then this is her apology to the guy she cheated on her boyfriend with, okay? "You were the first person I met as an ASM artist. During a time where I was immature and vulnerable, I ended up being consumed by the content I was making, and it led me to making awful decisions I still think about and regret. I was not in a good spot at the time. I've hated myself for this kind of behavior, and it took a long time for me to move on from what happened. I have no excuses. I'm sorry you were dragged into my drama, and I'm sorry how I made you feel after I just wanted to close the book on things." I cannot believe the apology to the guy she cheated on her boyfriend with is more legitimate and more heartfelt than pretty much everyone else in this scenario. It's kind of wild if you think about it. But this is the last stop on the apology tour here to our community. "I'm sorry to my pyro pups and my mods for expecting me to lead a better example than this. I'm sorry to the VTuber community for always looking at me as someone to aspire to."
Hold on. I need to do something. Hold on, it's going to be very fast.
We made a promise before the election that we would vote against any rise in mistake.
Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, President and CEO of BP. Our accidental drilling spill again in the Gulf is a tragedy that should have never happened. And to all those affected, I want to say, we are deeply sorry. We're sorry.
Was in coalition with Labour.
We're sorry.
Who were both committed to put
We're sorry.
You know what? Let's try to find. Is there like the Cinder versions? Someone definitely made it. Ah, it's not here. I feel like there's someone already made this thing.
Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, President and CEO of BP. Our accidental drilling spill again in the Gulf is a tragedy that should have never happened. And to all those affected, I want to say, we are deeply sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. BP has taken full responsibility for cleaning up the spill in the Gulf, and in doing so, we have changed our name from Beyond Petroleum to Dependable Petroleum. DP, we no longer f the Earth, we DP it. Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, CEO of DP. Tearing a hole into another dimension is a tragedy that should have never happened. And as CEO, I would like to say, we're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry.
Again?
As president of DP Oil, I want to say, we're sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Sorry.
Ah. Okay. Have a good laugh. Go back.
I'm sorry to Kaiser, who's put his heart and soul into everything he's ever done with me, and not even talking to you about how I felt. I'm sorry to the dozens of artists that have put their hard work into me, and I'm sorry to the rest of my friends who I've let down. I've led a bad example, and I don't expect forgiveness. I've made many mistakes over the 5 years on the internet. I'm only one person living the one life I get for the first time and only time, like everyone else. As I said at the start, I ended up developing an extremely unhealthy work-life balance, and the harm Red has caused with the way he viewed things is irreparable.
I want to show this in the hold on a little bit. But you guys can't hear it. Let me try to search for it, okay? Oh man, there's so many things about drama stuff. Okay, let's go to media, should have it. Ah, yes, this one. You know what? I'm going to like have my properties. Microsoft Edge. Okay, temporarily have you.
Even in her apology to her community, she says, I'm sorry about working too hard, and then I'm sorry what Red did to you. Absolutely amazing. Crazy work, and yeah. As you might expect, this is going over very poorly. Not only are fans leaving, but all of her peers, all of her friends, all of her collaborators, they're all dunking on her. Pretty much every big indie VTuber has come out and replied to this apology, and it's brutal. And I'm going to start with the most brutal one, the hardest ratio in the West, Shy Lily, who normally doesn't engage in drama, so this is a pretty surprising response. And this is the longest one we're going to read, but let's get into it. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolutely insane. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I have never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots.
Yeah, Shallowy
is
the one that did that.
Also your own messages, while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. I have experienced your own actions without red in a situation where in your own screenshotted words, you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in your friend's career? Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences and your career, and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyro Pups deserve better. 95,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. This was a scorcher. This wasn't coming in with the...
Let's find something that very suitable of this entire thing. Nope, not good enough. Okay, this one. Now, I do felt bad about the situations, but still, at the end, watching people making content to punch the shit out of bad persons, I will laugh. What? You've been backstabbed before, you become a little bit sinister to a two-faced person.
steel chair out of nowhere off the top rope. This was out of nowhere, a steel chair from the top rope. This was an absolute bomb of a response. As you can see, 95,000 likes versus 13,000.
Well, do you think I stopped studying engineer because like I feel tired while I have 4.0 in my hand?
Likes on the apology tweet. Absolute devastation. Let's look at a couple more VTubers here. And also I want to mention too, Shy Lily is a big part of GamerSups, who, by the way, Cinder is a partial owner of. So coming out to basically slam a person who is a partial owner of a company you work pretty regularly with, that is a ballsy move. Ooh. And man, she must look pretty stupid right now. Cinder, that is, for everything going on here. Here's Vebe saying, the old classic
partial owner of GamerSub. Will they get rid of Cinders if this is the case? But here's the thing. You guys all understand this one thing if you watch internet long enough. Look at Logan Paul. No matter what bad stuff a person does, only a quarter, maybe like even something like smaller amount of the quarter of people would give a fuck. The rest, casual viewer that just watch them for them, they won't give a shit about drama. They won't give a shit about a piece of drama, even no matter how big it is. After a few years, they just recovered. And I'm not even kidding about that. I can see, like, normally I always like have like a very, very accurate foresight. No matter how, like how bad the way I say it, almost, I really hate that part, is like I always correct. I almost always correct. And all this thing happens, no matter how big it is, she will still be more successful than the average VTuber or any average streamers. And she will be either A, even more richer, since already mask off, or because like she can just go full on business mode, or she'll just still earn a lot of money in the background without a lot of people knowing, because she literally do own a lot of business.
Shift the blame.
She built like an empire around her like VTubing career.
Onto the boyfriend, fake a breakup, come back single and in therapy, and then capitalize on what's left of your community. They deserve better. Then you have Nyanners commenting on this, saying, I've seen Silver receive so much harassment and unfair comparisons to you over the years, and she just tanked it. Minded her business and never once tried to sabotage your success or tear you down. Deflecting and outright lying several times in this response instead of fully owning up to your mistakes is insulting to everyone. I can't help but feel very frustrated on behalf of my friend and everyone who was on the receiving end of so much unnecessary stress, largely due to the choices you made. They handled the situation with much more grace than you decided to, and they deserve better. The weird backhanded remark you made the first time we ever met last year stuck with me, and now it makes a lot more sense knowing that this is apparently how you normally view and treat people. I hope you can learn from this and realize it's way easier to be kind and to be happy for your success as well as the success of others. And here's a comment from Megalodon VT saying, I looked up to you, man. Well, that was the first mistake. You shouldn't look up to anime girls on the internet. That's mistake number one, especially one who's a big breakout a couple years ago, was doing a cover of a song about basically giving top. That's pretty much all it was. But anyways, let's move on. Here's another one saying, as if boyfriend and girlfriend don't tell each other every single little thing. You are blaming him to save yourself. I am disappointed in both of you. Shame on you for the pain you have caused all your friends just so you can be the best. And one more here from Sorry saying, mistakes, jealousy, and losing control are understandable. You can grow from them, but betrayal is different. It shows you're willing to sacrifice close friends whenever it's convenient, and no business should ever justify that. Brutal, but very true. Now, a lot of people have been making memes, okay? A little more lighthearted notion here. There's some very good memes coming out of this situation. Let's start with this one.
Okay, I confess. SpongeBob killed him.
His profile picture, this is the real profile picture of the manager boyfriend. It's just perfect for everything going on. Then you have Rima here doing an AI crossover with the ukulele apology. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like she's playing the ukulele here, but anyways, we have this one with Rick and Morty.
Oh, the one I just showed.
Wow, you are just, ladies and gentlemen, the Jackie Chan of human shielding. Who takes the time to get this good at this?
Beautiful. Here's another one, Google Docky. Everyone's saying Google Docky because of the chicken jockey thing. You get it? You get it? Here's another one where someone said, at Grok, explain this doc like a shy anime girl using common Japanese words mixed in. How far the future has come, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolute gold. Also, people are making some statements that I think are pretty odd, too. Like, the reaction's very pessimistic, I would say. This person said, if y'all think Cinder is the only VTuber that does this, y'all are insane. I can guarantee that 90% of VTubers do this. You have no friends in this industry. That's just facts. Also, not exclusive to VTubers. It's just more women run in these circles. Oops. Yeah, I get that, like, this happens among content creators. There's always drama and backstabbing, but to think 90% of VTubers are gonna backstab.
Nah, not like 90% of VTuber. Is like more of like 85% of VTuber that view collab and most VTuber relationship as a transactional relationship. Personally, I don't do a lot of VTuber collab a lot because like my type of collab is quite centric around me. Imagine this thing: if you can stream and get subscriptions, like Twitch subscription from other people, or you decided to go to other people collab where you cannot stream, and most of the case you won't get any subscription from it in the first place. You are a VTuber. Your model costs money. Your upgrade costs money. Your video clipping costs money. You need to hire an editor. You need to do this. You need to do that. So it's like, unless you really are a very, very good friends, you will just think this as an investment. And try to think like, oh, this person calling me out for collab, what I can get. Oh, she's more famous than me. Maybe I can stay in there. If she got like a clipper that clip like funny moment that I'm there, I will get like a cameo there. Or like, oh, when she have her own budget to hire their own editors, edit a lot of that particular collab scene, this and that, yeah, that stuff. And then, oh, I will be in there. And then I skipped out paying the editor and stuff to be in like famous people, be with famous people. Something like that would like appear in lots of people's mind. For me, I just like don't give a shit. I just want to say, ooh, what would happen if I collab with that person? What would happen when I collab with that person? So I don't really have too much transactional thought in it because I did everything myself. But obviously, if I call in people to do collab, there will be people who think it's just for fun. There will also be people who think a little bit transactional in the first place. It's like, you have to satisfy both sides of like the things. This is why like my type of collab was never truly beneficial to other people to joining into my stream, to be honest. Because for one, I'm not really famous, sadly. And for seconds, it's like, no matter how high budget I made, like this particular one. Hold on. No matter how high budget I created, like for this courtroom, and do my Ace Attorney stream. Let me get my courtroom first. Hold on a little bit. Objections! And do my Ace Attorney stream. There will be one big issue. When I do this Ace Attorney stream, because I have overlay this and that, yeah, stuff, it only makes sense that only stream on my place, right? So if other people want to stream on their own end, is weird. It's definitely going to be looking very, very weird. And it's not like I would think too much about it, but it's like I can see why some people like want to stream on their own POV and stuff, but in some sense, like this one doesn't really need to stream on their own POV because everyone is playing the same game at the same time. It doesn't even have a POV in the first place. So it doesn't really beneficial to anyone. I mean anyone to come to the stream and stuff, you know? So yeah. In some sense, a lot of people do have a transactional relationship to towards like a lot of like stuff when it comes to collab. For me, if I go to collab on other people like stream, I personally don't want to think too much about the transactional part. I usually, and I say this like right, because everyone that I collab, they kind of know it. I usually don't stream on my own end unless it's like some event I have to like get my own POV stuff. Then I have to stream on my own end. Then I'll be streaming on my own end. But generally, I don't stream when I collab. And even I stream when I do collab, I never interacted with my chat because I want to be like, you know, really wholeheartedly just have fun with the person invited me. I will almost never look at the chat because I just want, if someone invite me to be a friend, to play games with them, I would just play games with them. I won't go full on like try to see who benefit who. Hi there, Jenny. Actually, how to pronounce your name properly, because I do see like that squiggly on top of a name. I keep calling it Jenny. Is it called Genie? Is it squiggly or just dot? Sorry, my eye aren't that good anymore. It's like I see squiggly, and due to I need my face to be clear in the site, I need a lot of like lighting. So I'm actually quite blinded by the lighting too. So let's see. Yeah, it is a squiggly. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, obviously, let's continue watching the video. For me, I'm watching the video. For you guys are listening to the video. If you guys really want to watch a video, it's left. So it's like left, Jillian, Jillian. I don't know how to. So the name is like Gillian. Gosh, I guess it's really hard. It's really hard to pronounce. Left. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry about it. I try my best. Despite Malaysians are very multilingual, I'm not Western multilingual. I'm more Eastern or Southeast Asia multilingual.
You and they're not your friend, it's all fake, like that seems like projection. Like you're surrounding yourself with the wrong people. I definitely recommend being very careful with who you share anything with or try to form a bond with, because yeah, it is a business for a lot of people. But I wouldn't be so pessimistic about everything. There's plenty of people who are good in the VTubing scene and in content creation generally. But where do we go from here? I don't know. Can Cinder salvage any of this? I'm sure she can come back at a very limited capacity. There's going to be people who just don't care about this sort of stuff. But yeah, she's actually pretty cooked. I'm surprised it's had as much backlash as it has. Not just the fans going, but also all of her former friends and former collaborators. I mean, everyone's come out of the woodwork to publicly denounce her, and I think it's pretty deserved, and that's it for now. So as always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Want to watch other things, or do you guys want to keep watching how she get roasted by the internet? That's the Nuxanol one, and there's also the false ID one. You know, let's watch the Nuxanol one. We love chaos. We need to watch Chaos Lord to have a popcorn and talk about in his hand, and then keep eating, and then while talking about the chaos.
Signalers and real people, welcome to a brand new video. So
Wow,
I haven't
it's like
been
a
fully up to date with
whole
all
dang
this, which
1
is why we
hour
are
long.
catching up on
Yeah, technically,
everything
he's
today.
watching the same thing.
Cinder
Gosh, I should watch him.
is a
But don't worry,
VTuber.
let's
We
rewatch
knew
it, I
each
guess.
other briefly, I think we were in collabs like twice. She got mega canceled over the last couple of days. I have been on vacation. I am not involved at all in the cancellation. All I have to say is, for all of the people out there that call me the most hated VTuber, the irony is, every time I get canceled, essentially it's for like some sort of nothing burger usually. The extra irony is, despite the fact that I have been backstabbed more times than anyone in this industry, no one's out there leaking DMs where I'm secretly evil or any of that, because it turns out I'm just awesome and great instead of all of that. Cinder, on the other hand, well, a slightly different story has kind of emerged about this whole thing. So Cinder is a massive content creator. She had over 300,000 followers a day ago, currently under 300,000 followers, and she has been outed by everyone and their mother as being an incredibly manipulative friend. I don't know all the details, which is why we're going to be diving into it today. So apparently Nanolis is the artist and VTuber rigger person for this lovely individual, and she shared a Google Doc. Then Bao shared that. This has 5 million views on it, and this is another Google Doc, and this is Bao's manager, and this is another VTuber's Google Doc, and this is the manager again, and this is Silvervale saying her statement on the Cinder. Okay, dude, I'm not even joking. This became insanely huge, dude. And Shy Lily, who's like one of the nicest people on the internet, at least that I know of. I collabed with her a few times. She seems really, really nice.
Yeah, she legitly is the nicest person in the internet at the moment. Nicest person you can see in VTubing.
Oh, it's bad. Now, I did a quick search because anyone
Even
that gets
she
outed
is
for
like go
being an
full on
incredibly
Mortal
manipulative
Kombat
friend
on her.
behind the scenes, stabbing everyone in the back as they go, generally, I find that they have something in common. So I wanted to look into exactly this. I went to Cinder's tweets and I typed in friends to see how many times she has specifically tweeted about her friends. This is a common tactic that I have noticed from the Virtue Signally crowd. The Virtue Signally crowd, all out there talking about, oh, friendship, oh, love and friends and friendship and love and wholesomeness. And if you come for my friends, you come for me. Anyway, thank you for being my friends. It means so much to me, alongside my friends. 2 years ago, I started my journey and never imagined thank you for my friends. Oh, I've had so much fun with my friends.
You know, it's very like Beverly Hills style. It's like Beverly Hill like Mean Girl style. It's like best friend BFF in the world. And then like turn around when she went to the toilet is be, hey Tracy, such a bitch like last day. I don't know how.
I hope you can find my friends. I miss all of my friends. Oh, I felt I let down friends. Well, that aged well.
Why is she always
bolted
bolted the word friends?
I have so many friends, partners, and friends, and if you essentially look, I knew that this was happening because you could tell when someone tweets about their friends 17 times a day to Virtue Signal. Wow. To virtue signal about different things. Dude, I want to hang out with my friends more. I'm thankful for all of my friends. I miss my friends. Like, dude, if
You know, if anyone's seen like in Twitter, like all those VTuber like let's be friend posts, like all those kind of fake like clickbaity posts, like she is actually doing that, and she managed to succeed while doing that.
if someone is tweeting like this constantly, I'll be real, I'll be honest, not gonna try to stroke it in any way. Generally, there's some manipulative stuff going on behind the scenes. If you really felt for your friends that much, you didn't need to tweet about it 4,000 times a day. This always seemed like a red flag. It always does. It literally always does seem like a red flag, because to be honest, you don't need to say this on Twitter. All right, if you wanted to spend time with your friends, you could message your friends.
Yes.
I would think. Now, in my opinion, this is a
Unless
very
you have no
virtue
friends.
signally move. And the irony is, apparently she's been working behind the scenes to sabotage all of her friends. So we're going to be diving into that today. All right, Rev says Desu made a video on it. He is my go-to VTuber drama guy at this point, since I've kind of left that world of retards and exchanged it for a whole other world of retards. That's kind of been the strat lately, and I've been enjoying it a lot. So, anywho, let's see what's going on. All right, I'm ready. Lock in, boys and girl. This is going to be a bumpy ride. One of the biggest streamers, honestly. She's a massive female streamer in the industry. One of the biggest female streamers out there. Absolutely obliterated. And her career is kind of cooked right now. So, anywho, let's see what we got.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
It's
so
really
today we'll be
hard
talking
to
about some big VTuber-related drama involving
like
one
the
of
coke pod is
one
really
of the
difficult.
largest
Alright.
indie
She won't be
VTubers
coke.
on the scene.
Yeah, she's huge. She is a massive streamer, and, well, some would argue she only got this high because of sabotaging her friends. But we'll see. We will see.
And that is, of course,
This is a, crossover episode, Rev and Nux. Everyone thinks we hate each other. I mean, to be honest, we absolutely had our differences, but I don't think either of us actually hate each other at this point. Maybe Rev will make another video saying, no, I did hate him all along. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see.
Cinder, who is now losing a lot of her own fans as well as some of her connections to peers over a barrage of Google Docs that were released yesterday that show many negative things about her from behind the scenes.
Google Docky, the new chicken jockey, for real.
Making a very clear picture that she is someone who is very manipulative. She's paranoid.
It's all the virtue signalers. All of them. Literally the entire squad of virtue signalers. They all come together to make themselves look like they're the most wholesome people on the planet. It's like, and they all do the same shtick. They go live and they're like, oh, I care so much for my friends and their mental health. And then they stab them behind the back. Listen, I'm just saying, man. You can read this stuff. You can read between the lines. It's everywhere.
And very deceitful, and even targets these things not just to anyone, but to some people within the VTubing scene who considered her a friend. She was doing all of this, actively sabotaging some of her own friends in private, trying to hurt their career, all to line her own pocket, to make sure she's the one still on top and that these other people are no longer a threat to her.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, VTubing is absolutely, basically a high school at this point. Everyone always, like, there are so many people that just act like spoiled brats in the entire industry. So despite having the mantle myself as the most hated VTuber, I have to say, I might be by far the most based.
So we're going to be talking about several Google Docs here. We're going to kind of weave our way through them to get more context as we go.
All right.
And I promise you it's definitely worth kind of trudging through this video to get more and more context, because as you get more context, the more unhinged all of this gets. And of course, for brevity's sake, I'm not going to read through every single document. You can do that on your own. They're very easy to find on Twitter right now, but I'm just going to quickly summarize the key points and give you some good context to work with here.
Good stuff.
Let's begin with this individual right here. This was the first Google Doc released onto Twitter by the user Nanolus. And this Google Doc, or at least the tweet sharing it, has 8 million views. To give you an idea of how big of a deal this is, okay? So who's this individual? Well, they're an artist who works primarily with VTubers.
Yeah, Nanolis is super talented. I know there are super talented.
With some of the biggest people in the industry, including some very large agency VTubers like Iron Mouse, and also some of the biggest indie VTubers like Cinder, as well as Silvervale, who will also be a part of this story today. So let's begin with the intro of her.
It's not easy. It's not easy. There's no room in my bag for more knives. That's why I'm not involved in this at all. Listen, I'm just saying. We keep. I hope Cinder takes care of herself and doesn't do anything unavoidable or, you know, tragic in the background. I really do hope that's the case. But damn, bro.
Her Google Doc. So she says this: I wanted to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends.
Yikes. See, here's the thing. If there's proof of that, it's over. You don't understand. Her entire career is based on the friendship, wholesomeness, mental health virtue signal that so many people try to do. Essentially, that is the entire vibe of, like, most female streamers on Twitch right now. Mental health and love and friendship. And then it turns out they're all doing that. Red is her mod, manager, boyfriend. Okay, I hope that's not true. There's no way. That's what my chat is saying. Mod, manager, boyfriend. Oh. All right, let's just continue.
Not only do I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar.
All right.
Note, based on working with Redacted, or Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, I am sure that they speak for one another, and there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. So the first thing to cover here is, who is this Redacted or Red individual who's being mentioned many times? And it's important to understand who they are because their name will come up over and over again, especially in a lot of the early screenshots we're going to be seeing. So this is the Redacted individual, Red, as they're known here, and this is their pinned tweet on social media, and they are Cinder's manager. Now, I picked this pinned tweet to show because I recognize this image. It's from WeebCon 2024.
He's not just like her manager for business online. He knows her IRL. They went to conventions together. I see. Cinder Sniper Wolf over here. Oh, this is crazy.
I was a featured guest, and I mention this because I attended it in person, and I got a bird's eye view of everything going on at the convention, and there was a lot of big names at this convention, especially from the VTubing scene, but I don't think anyone was as big as Cinder. She brought in a lot of people to this convention. Her meet and greet line was out the door. Her merch was flying off the shelves. Every event, including the concert she participated in.
Yeah, she's a huge VTuber for sure. She is one of the biggest indies in the space, like undoubtedly. That's the craziest thing to think about. This is one of the biggest streamers that just got so massively exposed, who built her entire career off the virtue signal grift. Literally, the virtue signal grift, the friends.
You know? Now you reversed it, you see like she built her entire brand at the corpses of his friends. Or her. I have no idea. But it's not exactly corpses. I mean, like, they didn't even know they'd been stabbed for a very, very long period of time. It's either she really have no idea or she really is that good at two-facing.
Mental
with zero remorse.
Health, friends, mental health.
If that's the case, then it's psychopath.
Secretly manipulating, gaslighting, and backstabbing everyone behind the scenes. Like, come on, man. Every time. It's like, it's almost a dog whistle at this point when someone does the whole virtue signal thing.
Was filled to the brim with fans. She was a very big deal. Now, I bring that up not to, like, gas her up or something, but to show that she is doing very well financially. She is at the top of the VTubing scene, at least independently, and she doesn't really have a need for more money and more fame, as it would.
Nah. Welcome to humanity. Everyone is in need for more money and more fame.
If I have enough money, I'm fine.
Which makes her actions where she's.
If I hit 1 million worth as a person, I set for life. I don't need additional million. I live a very simple life. I can't get out of my house in the first place. Why do I need to spend money to go out? I'll just settle my school, my student loan, settle my family lives, and then if I keep earning that stable million worth, I would be fine. I would be fucking fine. And if I have additional cash, I would either have free time to buy a shit tons of game for my friends, or my friends, like, I know they want to live their own life and having the capability to like stable their own life, but if you give them money, obviously they will be happy. And if I'm in the state of like I'm stable enough to have extra cash to give them and they know it, I 100% sure to tell this, they will gladly take it. And I gladly give it to them. Buy them computers, buy them games, maybe like give them like extra money if they're in troubles. Yeah, just basically those kind of things. Like I won't really tell you guys that I'm the pinnacle of good friend, but this is what I would do, okay? It's not like I'm trying to be good friends or I'm telling you I'm going to be good friends. I don't really need extra money to do that much stuff. I don't need to buy like expensive fancy car. I can't drive in the first place. And I don't want to drive in the first place. Maybe like I just revamp my room with much more like high-tech stuff. It's just that. It's not like highly expensive stuff. I don't need like giant-ass mansions. You want a big-ass house with one person for what? It's not like I have a girlfriend. It's not like I have kids. Although all those kind of things. Family relationship is difficult. All my family have their own family already. Okay? My brother got his own house, he wanted to live, and then my sister already married, got kids, and the only things left is just my parents and my eldest brother. If I actually earn that much money enough to a point that I can just get them a stable life, I'm already living in quite a good house. Since my brother and one of my brothers and one of my sisters are already going to move out soon, this house is going to be like extremely empty already. Like, I don't need a bigger house. It's already as big as it is.
Privately sabotaging her own friends in the industry.
Crazy.
Even more crazy because
it's all about greed. You got to get to the top of that totem pole. That's it. You see the dollar signs, you see the big numbers, you see that's it.
It's totally unnecessary with her circumstances. Now, continuing on with this red individual, you can see this response to what we'll see is Cinder's first and only response to this entire thing, actually ratioing.
All right, so we'll look at her actual apology, because apparently her apology came out after Rev's video. So we'll look at her apology after. It was not accepted from what I saw.
Okay, this is from Van Peaches. She's someone who's been around the ASMR and VTubing scene for many years. She said this: I remember playing Phasmophobia with you and hearing Red chat away next to you before you debuted like 4 years ago. You told me he was your boyfriend. Then before we met for TwitchCon, you switched up and said, just so you know, my manager is coming with me.
Oh God, that's awful. That is awful. Oh no.
On this trip, as if I didn't know who he was. It's even ickier to read this tweet knowing he is your significant other.
Oh my God, so Red was doing his manipulative stuff behind the scenes and she was making you believe she didn't know? Is that like the catch?
And that you're probably going to try and avoid taking responsibility for hurting people who trusted you as friends by nuking the Red side of this duo. Now this is crazy. Once again, for the 1,000th time in the VTubing scene, the VTuber manager turns out to also be the secret boyfriend. Many, many, many such cases. But this is very messy because there seems to be an issue of loyalty here. Now, there was another Google Doc that was released by this Rain individual who is part of the ASMR scene who shared this detailing their experience with Cinder in private, where at the time, seemingly when Cinder was with this red individual, the manager boyfriend, she was cheating on him with this guy via sexual personal messages and stuff.
Dude, how does it keep... How does it get worse? Wait, how does it get worse? I just thought that they were backstabbing people behind the scenes and manipulating people. You're gonna read the Shy Lily response to the Cinder doc? I don't know, man. This is crazy. Oh my god. The virtue signal is insane. There's NTR in this drama? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I can't believe this. Red manager slash boyfriend slash cuck. No one saw this coming, bro. Oh my god. I personally find these stories fascinating because it's almost always the biggest virtue signalers that have the most to hide.
Stuff like that. And I'm not going to sit here and read through all this. It's very clear, and the context is abundantly clear that everyone involved in this knew Cinder was in a relationship, and she was venting embarrassing details of their relationship to this guy, and also they were sharing sexual messages and seemingly also like not safe for work photos possibly and stuff like that. Clearly there was that sort of thing going on here, and of course this person's no saint. They're interfering with a relationship and all that, but it just proves there's a very big question of loyalty with Cinder, and we're going to see that pretty much replicated among her friendships throughout this video.
Damn.
And this is the response. And I guess she's not even loyal to the manager boyfriend, because her first and only response to this situation currently is...
She made another response since then. I'll look at it after this
tweet that she made shortly after the first Google Doc was released. And it seemed like an attempt to get on top of this, but it's just backfiring. So she said, effective immediately, redacted, will no longer be managing or overseeing my Vtuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll make a larger response when I'm able.
Yeah, this is essentially her throwing her boyfriend under the bus so that she could make it out with the cinders of her remaining career. I don't know if she actually dumped him. That's irrelevant. She's just essentially saying that as far as the online public is concerned, he is no longer working with her. He's gonna shift the blame onto his online handle, and they're just gonna try to move on. But it's never gonna work. It's never gonna work. No one's gonna fall for this.
So as we saw, Van Peaches would correct Cinder in the replies and ratio her, saying, by the way, this was your boyfriend the whole time, and I predicted you would do this.
Yeah, she really tried to get out of there by the skin of her teeth, tried to escape. Oh my god, that is awful. Out there throwing her boyfriend under the bus, backing up and parking on her boyfriend's corpse.
But also keep in mind, with these sort of teaser apologies where they're like hinting at what they're going to discuss in the apology that's going to come out whenever, it's about what you mention and what you don't mention. And the only thing she really mentions here is redacted, basically kicking the Vtuber manager boyfriend to the side and saying, oh, I'm sorry about everything he did. And that's really all she covers. She doesn't cover anything she said herself or any of the really crazy stuff we're going to be seeing in these Google Docs.
See, huge Cinder L, honestly. Like, unbelievable Cinder L. Like, to be honest, anyone that has access to me should be absolutely utilizing this connection. Yeah, I know. People call me the most hated VTuber. I mean, at least they try. Realistically, a lot of VTubers get canceled, and this guy does not go away for some reason. I don't know. You should reach out. Come on, come to me. I'll write you a good apology. Yeah, this will definitely not age poorly. You could utilize.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, I always see Nux as, like, a very genuine person. I don't know why he get cancelled a lot. Yes, he's cringe sometimes. If people can't handle his cringe energy, just don't watch him. Internet have lots of cringe people. People still watch them. You know? You can don't watch. Like, Johnny Somali, like, you're looking at that guy. Would you decide to go and watch his content? No! Only weird people does that. And people who watch him going to jail. And like that is also like the Vitaly guy. Like if you know his like history, who would still watch him? Like seriously. Like don't see him get cancelled until he got cancelled by Philippine. Like I do see Nux is like a very genuine person. To be honest, if like there's like one day I can like, you know, have like a game and stream with him, I would do that actually, or just like sit there, have a nice chat.
This stuff. Listen, send me a.
Like again, I'm a very genuine person. and I also can see he's a very genuine person. Like, there's no mask. It's just him. Ironically, his character have a mask right on top of him. But that one is like it's a little bit mixed. Mixed kind of like style. It's like the Red X from Teen Titan one, and the mask, and a little bit like Bleach, like Hollow Mask, kind of like style mixed together. But I can say like the Red X like style added in more. I think it's because of the art style itself. It looks a little bit anime, so like it does have those kind of like mixed influence in there on the mask.
A Discord DM, send me an email. I'm currently not logged into my Twitter. I'm on like an alt Twitter. But listen, you can just send me something. Be like, hey, please write me an apology. I would at least be real about it. I'd be, hey, turns out I am a massive virtue signaling grifter. I was lost in the sauce and I absolutely screwed up. That would have gone over so much better than just trying to throw your boyfriend under the bus. No one likes this.
Yeah, not a very good start, but let's return to the Google Doc, the initial one from Nanolis, saying this, slandering other creators.
All right, let's
I will
go.
start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, and referring there to, I guess, either a joint effort between those parties or Cinder's, not really sure, but anyways, it says resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Now, they share various screenshots proving what they just said, but because we have the name drop here, that is, of course, Bao the Whale, who was another very successful independent VTuber who would make her own response to this situation.
Why Bao the Whale always caught stray? It's not stray. This is like a very like direct attack, but still at the end, like this is some sense like at this point, I think Bao need to go and visit some exorcist. There's definitely something stick onto her at that point that gave her such a bad luck on human relationship. I'm not saying it's bad for her. I mean, like, it's because, like, generally I understand why Bao always get hit like this. Is because, like, she is actually a very friendly, kind, and trusting person. So, she would, with that kind of personality, she would generally have lots of friends. And having a lot of friends, there bound to be, like, hundreds of friends that always, there will be, like, one is actually an asshole. And yeah, this is what happened.
Google Doc because she was hurt by someone.
Oh God, this hurts so badly. It's such a powerful thing. When people tried to cancel me in the VTuber community, this was the strategy that they employed. Also, I was very hurt for someone I thought was a friend. Then it turns out that they were mostly lying about things, so I actually definitely got out of that one easy. However, Bao's not lying here. God damn.
She considered a friend, discovering all these messages that are trying to blackball her, at least with some of the artists she wishes to work with in the industry. So
Bao doesn't catch a break, does she? Like, in this scene, she was scammed, she was, like, harassed, she was taken advantage of. Like, I really feel bad for her. Like, oh my God. One thing after another. Bruh.
Share some of this in her Google Doc. And you can see at the beginning, she clarifies again, as Nanolis did, that because she was close and worked with Cinder for years and considered her a friend, she can say, based on her experience, that Cinder and Red collaborate to the extent in which Red operates as her primary point of contact in her professional and personal projects. And they believe that basically any effort done by Red is something that was known about and approved by Cinder, which is not surprising given the fact it's the manager boyfriend. Okay, so let's get into some of the things that were said about Bao. So in March of 2024, I announced that one of my subathon goals was a live 2D model. Nanolis was going to be the live 2D illustrator. So if you're not familiar with what that means, basically, she set a sub goal where she would then commission Nanolis to make a new model for her, some sort of enhancement of whatever she already had. And that is a very big endeavor. I believe Nanolist's commissions for a Vtuber model are like 10 grand. Like they're very, very expensive investments. So this is a pretty big thing to do. And also, it seems very clear from the jump here that Bao was very excited about this opportunity to work with Nanolist because her models are very good. Hence why so many people...
They're like the best on the scene, basically. Nanolist is an incredible artist. Like, incredible. She's, like, everything that Nanolist touches becomes gold. Everyone in the actual community considers Nanolist like the actual cream of the crop, which is why it seems like Cinder wanted to work with Nanolist and also wanted to make sure that Nanolist wasn't able to work with anyone else so that Cinder could have the best models and that no one else could have models on the same level. Like, basically curb stomping the competition, which is a pretty shitty thing to do to your friends
who are at the top of the industry work with her. But she continues on. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but I had also grown very attached to the design and showed it to all my friends in a private group chat that Cinder was a part of. I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. I now realize that the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanolist. So you can see this screenshot that we'll see multiple times throughout these docs here, basically trying to set up an exclusivity deal with Nanolist. So
yeah, but the shadiest exclusivity deal of all time. Instead of just basically saying, hey, I would like to pay you a salary, because that's what an exclusivity deal normally would be, right? It's like, hey, Nanolist, I'm going to pay you, let's say, $60,000 a year, and you will exclusively be my artist and whatever. All right, if you want to do something like that, and Nanolist agrees, then I think that's totally fair. But when you're doing it in a shady way, manipulating Nanolist to drop commissions from your friends so that specifically they cannot compete with you on the marketplace, that is unbelievably scummy. And under the guise, this is the friends person. It's always the virtue signalers, every single time. Oh, I care so much about racism. Turns out to hate white people. It's like, it's the same thing. It's crazy how often this happens.
Here saying, what about we pay you X and you don't have to discount it from the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think like around 4 years right now, but you don't work with...
For this year right now. They're trying to overload Nanolist with jobs so that Nanolist can't work with anyone else. Nah. This is what we got. 4 models in a single year. Again, the models are the VTuber characters. This is irrelevant. So say that it's an exclusivity deal. Don't just overload with work and manipulate them into saying, but we already thought you agreed with us for doing 4 models this year. You don't want us to expose you that you're gonna drop us after we agreed on this, do you? Just cancel on Bao. Cancel on everyone else.
Bao, a censor name at all, again, models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao before. Also, we have some other work, yada, yada, yada.
That is so scummy. That is so scummy, man. Unbelievable. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, that's wild. Like, it is mind-boggling to see this stuff happen. Damn. It's like, oh, you never worked with them before, but you did work with us, so you owe us 4 models. We're paying them for them, aren't we? Don't work with anyone else. You already agreed to work with us. Is 4 models considered a lot? Look, I have 1 model, and I've only had 1 model for years, and I don't really feel the need to get a new one, for example. But yeah, so 4 in a single year is absolutely, like, a lot, but you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. But yikes, this is scummy.
So what they're trying to say is, if you agree to this, we'll pay you a certain amount to just work exclusively with us and not with anyone else in the industry, which is already kind of a potentially scummy move, right? You're trying to like gatekeep this artist, but someone having an exclusive artist isn't exactly a crazy thing. But in this case, it is, because one of the targets, Bao, was their friend. They're basically chopping off contact with an artist that Bao already works with through this exclusivity agreements. And that is something pretty messed up, if you ask me. Trying to literally sabotage their own career and some of their activities so they can basically keep reins on this artist because they don't want this artist to enhance the careers of the people around them.
That's crazy.
But they get even crazier down here.
That's insane.
They say,
I don't think there's anything wrong with commissioning people. It's the whole, essentially, blacklisting them from working with your friends because they're your competition and you want your model to look better and stuff. Like, yikes.
Your friend with bolted.
we could do it when blank asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece.
Oh my god, that's crazy. How does someone not realize they're the villain when they write this? Every time someone asks for art, just tell them no, and we'll pay you for an art piece worth just to make sure you're not making art for
And also, she added the word "it's just business."
other people. Oh my god.
At this point, it's like you stab someone and that is just business. It's like, you know, like all those kind of movie, like there's always like you did it final jobs, and then like with like a shady person give you like the final jobs to do things, and then they find at the end they betray you, and then it's just business. That frame of reference is literally imprinted on this kind of situations at the moment.
Like, so you get another job from it, which we'll find out, spoiler alert, this is Silvervale, by the way. They're so hung up on this exclusivity thing, they'll literally just make up things to commission just to make sure these other parties are not getting anything from this artist. It's a pretty crazy endeavor that they're going for with this stuff. But let's talk about the other things that were said about Bao. There's a bunch of screenshots. Again, I'm just going to sum them up for the sake of brevity here, where they try to pepper Nanolis with a very negative image of Bao. And then they present the exclusivity event or agreement. They want to make it seem like Bao is this unreliable, bad person who's going to ultimately be a disappointment for Nanolis. So you might as well sign this exclusivity agreement with us. That's what they were going for. They were saying stuff about how she's been trying to take away some of their editors that they're convinced.
And there we go. There we go. Making it even worse, saying that they are the ones trying to take their editors. Oh my god. How do these people not realize they're gonna get exposed? That's the shocking part to me. If you're a big content creator in any way, you should know that your DMs at some point might get leaked. At some point, some random Twitter mob is gonna try to cancel you, and while they're trying to cancel you,
Paul.
people are just going to jump in and decide to start leaking DMs. And all of a sudden, all this stuff that you say, it's all going to be in the public. How do you not realize this will end up cooking you in the future? Like, forget being a good person for a second, because let's be real here. This is the internet. You don't know if anyone on the internet's a good person. All right, we consider us all bad people until proven otherwise. That I fully support. However, you have to be like a special dumbass to send such incriminating messages knowing that at any point they could just leak it and end your career. Like, this is unbelievably stupid. Like, why would you even try to throw Bao and Silvervale and whatever under the bus in DMs when they could just show these DMs to the public and you would lose your career? Like, this is dumb. Like, forget the whole being a good person shtick. This is just stupid.
That she tried to convince these editors to no longer work with Redacted and Cinder, and that she's trying to bark up the tree of one of their...
Unless it was always part of the plan that if this gets leaked, Cinder will just blame Redacted and move on. Which likely is the case.
Live 2D animators, and that it's so annoying and that she has all these issues. It's really just lined out here. She's been getting on their nerves for a while. She hijacked their YouTube editor, constantly picking up artists that they work with, barking up the tree of the live 2D animators. And also, as pointed out right down here, she has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way, which is an incredibly ironic thing for Redacted to be saying in this context. But as you can see, it just continues on and on with more things, trying to basically push down these other creators and form this exclusivity.
Oh my god, look at this. Nanolis, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Redacted, you shouldn't be. She has many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Oh my god! So much for friendship. Friendship, guys.
Agreement that will ultimately work to the benefit of Cinder and to the detriment of the other potential clients. But of course, we had that whole thing where they had to cancel their endeavor with Bao. They had this model in the works, and they had to come out of nowhere and basically say, yeah, I gotta cancel this because, well, I have these issues going on and I don't have time for it, the capacity for it. And again, it serves towards this exclusivity agreement, which...
Don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free. Maybe half price if she's... That's insane. That's insane. So... Oh my god. So let me get this straight. Redacted/Cinder says, hey guys, drop working with Bao. Nanolist says, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Redacted says, you shouldn't be scared, she'll find someone else. Nanolist says, I'll at least give her the design for free as an apology gift. Redacted says, don't sell yourself short, charge for it. That's crazy. That's not even benefiting these people. They're just evil. Oh, the backstabbing is crazy. Listen, post Nux clarity, dog, the amount of time this man has felt the other side of this blade. It is so nice to not really be involved in this situation at all. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting some PTSD flashbacks right now.
Again, let's shift gears back to the original Google Doc. I know it's like
all this kind of situation give me PTSD flashback too.
There is a section about exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. You can see in the messages below, they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, but rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only, and if anyone asked for my commissions, they commissioned me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me.
Yeah, it's almost like they lied. It's almost like they lied, and it wasn't true at all. And it was purely just to make sure that they would edge out the competition with a better product. Wow.
Keep me from working on other projects. And again, yes, the irony is pretty palpable here, but again, referring to some of the stuff down here, the pressure that they're trying to line up over this whole exclusivity thing is crazy. We also see one of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore.
Yikes.
So, in case you don't know what the nano babies things...
Yeah, I'm sure he'll explain the context, but the point is, if an artist makes... Oh my god, that's disgusting. So if Redacted is essentially saying that you should not work with other people because the more people you work with, the less unique your model art actually is. So the less unique Cinder's model will be. So don't actually work with anyone else because it cheapens the work that you've done for us.
It basically means one of the Vtuber models she created, that they would be referred to as nano babies, right? And they're trying to put pressure on nanolists, saying if you keep making more models and you keep working with more people and, you know, making a living for yourself, you're going to make these models less valuable for Cinder, and you're going to hurt her bottom line.
Wow.
You can see the angle they're going for right there, but there's also some more redacted sections over here.
This is disgusting.
But Cinder herself would respond to this whole point about the nano babies not having the same value anymore, and she would say this in response to Nanolist saying, hey Cinder, hope you're doing okay.
Oh, look at that. You can't blame the manager boyfriend for everything. She's literally in the chat. She's in the chat. Oh, not that manager boyfriend is a good defense anyway.
Talked with Red.
Hold on. I need to bring that thing again. Wait, why is it not coming out? Hold on a little bit. Oh man, it's just not popping out. Ah, yes. Finally.
And I believe he talked to you already. I thought it would be best if I just checked here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts because Red tried to talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things. They asked, what's up? They say, oh, it's mostly this, referring to the diminishing value of these nano babies as they work with more clients. I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me.
True, completely true.
They're starting to realize, wait a second, this isn't very fair. Where Cinder responds by saying, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business.
Oh, it's over. It is so over. Oh, why did you backstab your friend and try to end his career? Just business, guys. Listen, it's just business, dude. Oh, God, it's over. You can't come back from this. How are you going to come back from this? Her entire brand, as I've showed you, all right, I'm not exaggerating, her entire brand is friendship. Look at this. Every single one of these tweets has the word friend in it. Thankful for my friends. Want to hang out with my friends. Seeing my friends. Dude, look at this. Bro. Do you see this tweet? Seeing my friends succeed makes me so happy. And then behind the scenes, it's like, it's just business. It's just business, Jack. Oh my God. It's just business. God damn. The Ellen DeGeneres of VTubers. God damn. What is this? And then behind the scenes, you're forcing artists not to work with them. You know, I'll be honest. I could so see, because this is like the sociopathic virtue signalitis that I've detected. Someone will go and, you know, essentially stab their friend in the back behind the scene. They will stab their friend in the back behind the scenes, and then immediately be like, wow, I just did a shitty thing. Time to go to Twitter and say something like this to cancel out the bad karma. Hell yeah, dude. Problem solved. We got this. Woo! Yeah, this is a really bad tweet. This is a really bad tweet. Sheesh.
That is the quote that people are taking away from this. We've heard other infamous quotes in the VTubing scene that have backfired or presented themselves as very ironic with context, but the whole thing about it's just business at the end of the day is a perfect summation of what's going on here. It's all just business.
It's just business. I don't want you to work with any of my friends or enhance their careers in any way because it'll hurt mine because I just want the best artist to work with me. Only me.
The Cinder, and that's okay, right? On its face, it's okay to treat this like a business and to try to maximize your opportunities. But when
saying it's, I don't know. Essentially working someone to the bone so that they don't have the ability to work with anybody else while simultaneously trying to blackball your friends and make up stories and lies about them, so that this artist doesn't work with them to, you know, because it's just business. I don't know, man. What does it's just business even mean here? It's just business, so you shouldn't have a career with anyone else? Like, this is like, thank you for drawing my VTuber model. I don't want anyone else to have the same model. Shoots the artist in the hand. Listen, it's nothing personal. It's just business.
Yes, this is how I just said it.
Scene, and you're privately going around and sabotaging the careers of your own friends and other peers. That's crazy.
And the artist, to be honest.
That's absolutely crazy behavior. Now, let's go back to this right here. You're seeing some more redacted names. Don't work with blank ever again. Down here, again, you don't work with these people ever again. And there was also this mention about when someone asked for art, this particular individual. Well, we know who this individual is now. It is Silvervale, another person who is very popular in the VTubing scene and really just content creation in general. And she made her own statement about this because based on context, she figured out a lot of these mentions.
This is some cartoon villain shit, man. This is crazy. Oh my God. How does it keep getting worse? How?
Wow. We're about her. But this is an interesting one because she's not friends with Cinder. In fact, a lot of the details we're going to see is a lot of pressure being put on Silvervale by Cinder to form a business relationship or a forced friendship, really just for financial opportunities that leaves Silvervale uncomfortable and constantly rejecting Cinder and her ideas regarding those things I just mentioned. But let's begin with the intro from Silvervale, saying her intention is to give herself closure of these events that personally affected her. I debated if I wanted to even say anything after being asked if I wanted my name in the original.
Bro, dude. Cinder looking at Nanoless. One last cook, Jesse. Jesse, just one last cook. Get back in the cage, Jesse. Okay, Jesse, just one last cook. This is the last one. Okay, don't worry, Jesse. Jesse, if you sell our formula to anyone else, they'll have no need for me anymore, Jesse. It's time to go murder that other scientist guy who could replicate my work, Jesse.
Documents censored, as the situation is much bigger than just my personal experience. However, after finding out how wide and extensive the transgressions were, I feel the need to give clarity to my situation and how I was personally affected. I want to note, as others have, that a majority of the messages are from redacted Cinder's manager. I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent to which he has represented her publicly and professionally. And she talks about some of these situations involving things we've already talked about, but the big part here is now the reveal that this exclusivity agreement not only targeted Bao and this censored name, but also Silver, and then directly mentions Silvervale down here, saying if Silver ever asks for art, you tell her no, and then we'll buy you another piece of art. Like I said,
that's crazy. That's insanely vindictive and malicious. It's shocking.
Literally burning their own money just to make sure Silvervale doesn't have an opportunity to work with this artist. Pretty wild stuff.
You know,
Course,
at the very start, like yesterday, at the very start yesterday, I did mention about this particular thing. Is like, because a lot of people actually mistook Cinder as Silvervale. In my sense, like, Silvervale was there first. And yeah, the thing is like that. And then people really mistook her as like Silvervale. And most of the times too, I would say at first I saw Cinder's, I was like, is that Silvervale? When does she have like a new model and stuff? And stuff like that do happen. Obviously, if I see like that, and I kind of like have a very sharp eyes as an artist, so despite my failing eyes, but yeah, but yeah, like even I see it that way. Obviously, a lot more people see it that way too, and this would piss a person off. This I can definitely tell you. This will piss a person off. And you know what? It did. It did. It did piss it off a lot. Because she get compared a lot. Especially persons with inferiority complex, that would be even way worse. And I can say this because I also is a person with like a very big inferiority complex. But yeah. Still at the same time, I'm not those kind of like inferiority complex that would want to stab people in the back. This one is. I hope if I actually get a significant others, I won't have a significant others that will just whisper beside my ears that enhance the inferiority complex, because that would like turn a person's. You can see right now that definitely is a result of it.
Getting pretty unhinged. So down here we see Cinder making a claim that we'll see repeated multiple times. So when Nanoless starts saying that they're sorry for stepping back on this exclusivity deal, that they want to apologize personally to Cinder, and that they've talked with Red as well, and they want to be dragged into personal issues and drama and stuff like that, and that they don't want to basically abandon Silvervale as a client, and it's destroying their mentality to do that kind of a deal.
How do you get a message like that and be like, oh, I get it, but anyway, I don't really care?
I get it, Nano.
Nice.
And it was unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today. And it's like, I'm always living in someone's shadows, which is one reason why Red asked you about not making any more models for her.
This is such a stupid thing. What do you mean you get compared to her? You're like totally different content creators. Why? Because you both have like wolf ears on your VTuber models? And that makes you arch nemesis. You're like a different color scheme. You have different personalities. Like, what does this even mean? This is like saying, well, my VTuber model has pink hair, and you have pink hair, so I would prefer if you never work with them again.
So you can see that this comparison to Silvervale is just living rent-free in her mind. And also, just speaking casually here, like, I don't really...
I say, under the eye of a person who's have inferiority complex, they would mind even one person say that. Like, if you have 1 million of audience, one person say that, it literally swim inside your head.
Get the connection that much, and also I would say Cinder really shouldn't be so threatened by everyone around her. Like I said, she's up at the top. I don't know why she's so...
It's not even the so threatened. I think it's just a continue grinding. I think some of it...
Yeah, it's an inferiority complex with like a mindset that swim inside the head, and then the evil advisor just standing beside it, feeding more negative energy into them. And it, like I say again, it will change a person's. Sometimes it may come out from like a good intentions, but it actually is a poison in the apple.
Comes from an inferiority complex. All right, not to get too psychoanalyzing here. I don't want to get too psychoanalyzing, but one of the reasons why, in my opinion, Cinder is popular, and I think Cinder agrees that this is one of the reasons why she's popular, is because her model art's insane. Like, if you look at her model art, it's so good, and for like VTubers. So I think she thinks that that's one of the reasons why she's at the top, because she just has one of the best models in the game. This is probably, if I had to estimate, this is probably a $15,000 design. Just guessing. So when you have something like that going for you and you blow up so quickly like she did, I think in her mind that's why she's popular, and if other people take that edge, there's no reason for her to be watched. And I think it's like an inferiority complex type of thing. So instead of actually working on improving the streaming craft necessarily, I'm sure she did that as well, I think she decided to focus a lot more on constantly getting new, better models. Like, look at how many variations of models she has, and they're all these really high quality $10,000 to $15,000 models, every single one of them. And realistically, I think she thinks it's a lot more likely that she could keep her career going, grinding and growing, if she just outclasses everyone else's VTuber model. It's definitely a woman moment, all right? It's a bit of a, listen, she's got tickled bitties, as they say, and it's a woman moment. What can I say? It happens to the best of us. No, but realistically, I think this is it's the virtue signaling, it's the inferiority complex, and it's just greed. It's blowing up really quickly. It's very ugly. It's really, really ugly.
So hostile to everyone that's even close to her. But of course, this mention of someone kind of ripping off their brand, reminding people too much of themselves or being compared to, is something we've seen before with Nyantails here, okay? Someone from the ASMR scene pointing out that a couple years back, they were dogpiled by their community, by Cinder's community.
Damn.
Because she decided to make a Cuddles with a Lonely Hellhound ASMR audio.
Yeah. It's such a cringe thing in the VTuber community. It's like, you're using a hellhound model, and I am using a hellhound model. You are copying me. All right, dude. All right, bro. This is like the pink hair shtick again. It's like, oh, you have pink hair? You're obviously copying that VTuber with pink hair.
Okay, so in case it wasn't clear already, Cinder has a hellhound-themed VTuber, and people in her community, seeing that someone had the audacity to try to claim any sort of ownership of a hellhound concept, even making an ASMR roleplay audio using the concept of a hellhound, they thought that was ripping off Cinder. And people in the community were saying stuff like, you're cringe. She was getting...
All right. I've gotten worse, I'll be honest. It's still annoying. But...
Dogpile had to remove a lot of this stuff because...
Yeah, I feel like you can't really blame Cinder necessarily for something like this, unless Cinder directly claimed that she was being copied. I feel like just random brigade from an audience is not necessarily in her control.
The overwhelming dogpiling, and you can see on tweets like this, liked by...
Never mind, I take it back. Yep, absolutely, that is disgusting. That is such a dead giveaway that something's wrong.
Cinder.
Yikes.
And also redacted as well.
Oh.
Not too surprising. But this pettiness and this...
Who are any of these people? Is this some VTuber drama? I'm too much of a Chad to understand. Yeah, true. You don't understand. I get... Look, man. I just love when people are like, Nux, the most hated VTuber. Do you have any idea how many comments I've gotten calling me the most hated VTuber? It's crazy. Nice try, guys.
Crazy notion that she owns the concept of a hellhound and is supporting people dogpiling on this other creator because she dared to use the concept for an ASMR roleplay is wild. The unbelievable pettiness is crazy, and also just reminiscent of a better time when likes were public. Miss those days. It used to be such a good tool. But let's go back to the art or the Google Doc from Silvervale, and this is the most brutal section. If you hung in there for the 25 minutes we've been talking, okay, this to me is the most brutal, hard watch of this entire thing. It's just embarrassing, and again, the greediness is off the charts. So it's titled Cinder and I. Discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder. We weren't friends, and we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interactions, I was cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. And she goes on to say, like, okay, if you want to do that, that's fine, but I just don't want to be associated with someone like that at all. Just trying to pretend to be a friend for the purpose.
She wasn't wrong.
Of growing their brand. So then we get this screenshot saying the only time I had actually talked to her directly was during my meet and greets at TwitchCon 2023. I just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me and had someone else take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later on. And you can see Cinder cosplaying her own character talking to Silvervale on the meet and greet, the virtual meet and greet, and she captioned it, "Stop by to say hi after my meets. Wolf girls," like trying to imply like they're united and they're in this together, even though this.
Yeah, and also you could tell that's why she felt threatened. The same Wolf Girls vibe is exactly why she felt threatened too.
Was the first conversation they ever had. It's like a very lame.
It's manipulative, it's gaslighty, and it's essentially trying their best to, in my opinion, also climb the social ladder by making it look like you have so many friends and you're, again, it's the same virtue signaling garbage every time.
Same attempts to present this fake friendship or a fake mutual respect here and to somehow maybe try to gain some of her community as a result. Very strange stuff. And you can see later on there'd be more discussions. I believe this is Silvervale's manager saying,
"Yikes. Cinder really loved meeting you and wanted to collab. I'd let you know and throw you guys a group chat. Hello, I appreciate the sentiment. I don't want to do collabs. No worries. Have a good weekend. Thanks." Oh, that's awkward.
And also, Cinder really loved meeting you and wanted to collab, so I told her I'd let you know and I could throw you guys in a group chat if you're interested. And Silvervale would say, "Hello, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't prefer collabs." And the manager says, "No worries. I hope you're having a good weekend." And Silvervale says, "Aw, thanks. Still busy with a lot of IRL stuff. Sorry for not being interested in collabs. I just like to do my own thing, but I'm always open to messages, yada, yada, yada." So then after that,
all right, that's like a
Cinder
nothing.
would then reach out directly to Silvervale and have this private DM saying, "Hi, Silver. Sorry for getting back to you late. I've been super sick from TwitchCon, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, no worries if you don't prefer to stream together. My manager suggested something more like sponsorships, merch, music, or some kind of other project together."
Yeah, red flag. My bet is this wasn't her manager's suggestion. She thought of it herself. That's my opinion. But anyway.
That maybe Mythic could help with if needed. I love to chat more either way. And Silvervale responds by saying, "No worries."
Responds 4 days later. Oh, no.
Worries. It's been super hectic and busy for everyone. I hope you're feeling better. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm just not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand.
Damn.
So they saw all the context of these interactions between the managers and then through Cinder herself.
I'm back.
Herself and said, "You're proposing a transactional relationship. Like every aspect of this, even the interacting here, is just part of a transactional relationship."
Yeah, just walk
and I
around a little
don't
bit.
want that.
I've been
True. It's
sitting
not
for
like
so long.
hi
My
and
leg.
trying to organically become
I feel like I need
friends.
to
It's
move.
just like, hi, my manager suggested we do sponsorships together. It's like, whoa.
Basically, go away.
And that totally
Based?
forgot I was streaming.
Pretty impressive. I mean, she came up with the phrase Twitter freaks like 2 years ago, but this is up there with that. Pretty base stuff right here. But then we get more comments from Redacted pretty much on the same subject, talking about how, like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we can make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merits, just like you did. Get along. And the
What? How do you make
Shit.
How do
say
you make
that?
a message like this? Oh my, this is awful. How do they not realize this looks terrible?
marketing potential and the money they could make if they teamed up. I love how that's the only
Holy
part that's in all
moly.
caps.
Guacamole.
That is
So
the most
bad.
important part of this proposal.
I think I didn't hear that part. Did he say that part when I watched that?
Relationship
bad.
between
Oh,
Cinder
Lord.
and Silverveil. It was all about making money, and when they got told no, they're now coping and seething in these messages, and they even went as far as implying that some of Silverveil's
Why
various
are you
projects, like a
coping?
spinning figure, was just copycatting Cinder. That
Dude, I love when people do this. I
Why
love
are
when
you
people do this.
coping and
I cannot believe
cheating?
you would copy my entire flow by flow, bar for bar. I cannot believe you would copy my entire personality when you released t-shirt merchandise. I thought we were friends. I released t-shirt merchandise, you know. And you are literally stealing that entire thunder? I cannot believe this.
they were trying to piggyback on her ideas and basically try to replicate it, and that this was feeding into this narrative that people were allegedly making, that there's some sort of a copycat situation here, that people are associating the two together and it's driving them crazy. And they want Silverveil to recognize Cinder and that they feel there's an unspoken competition. Remember, at this point,
The only unspoken competition, it's like a one-sided unspoken competition.
Silverveil pretty much doesn't even know who Cinder is, and when there was a proposed set of interactions, they pretty much said, go away, I don't want this transactional relationship. I don't know why Silverveil just like completely mind broke these two people, but yeah, the proof.
Ego. When you try, it's like the virtue signaling was seen through. I think Silverveil saw through the virtue signaling, and I think Silverveil, for a lot of you that don't remember this, there was this whole drama that happened a couple of years ago with Hogwarts Legacy. It was this big Harry Potter game, and you know, Harry Potter made by J.K. Rowling. A lot of the Twitter freaks really don't like anything to do with J.K. Rowling because J.K. Rowling thinks that biological men should not be beating up women in sports. Very hot take, I know. So obviously people don't like her for, you know, incredibly unbelievable statements like that. So because of that, the Silverveil was playing Hogwarts Legacy, and Twitter basically organized this entire giant hate brigade to harass Silverveil for playing Hogwarts Legacy and clearly being transphobic and stuff like that. And Silverveil broke down on stream and stuff like that. And I think ever since then, once that happens to you, you can see through the bullshit, like the very obvious pandering, virtue signaling garbage so easily. And I think Silverveil basically saw that Cinder was kind of doing the same thing, using fake niceness to move through the social hierarchy, and I think she was able to see through it. Yeah, Nux PTSD. Look, I've been there. We've all been there. Everyone that's been there can see through that stuff so much better. So much better, dude.
Proof is there. And of course, as a result of all this, it gets pretty unfortunate because then, through this whole exclusivity issue, Silverveil lost out on a model commission from Nanolus. And that is the whole issue here, because this was something she was looking forward to, and it was taken away from her because Cinder and Redacted didn't want her to have the benefit of working with Nanolist because they knew it was a good career opportunity for her, or at least something special to her community. This whole thing is a complete and utter mess. But anyways,
many such cases.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's still some other important stuff, but I want to keep this somewhat brief, and if we have to do a follow-up, we certainly will. But the reaction to this has been brutal, to say the least.
VTuber titles and thumbnails that aged poorly. I'll start.
I think the overwhelming majority of people are not happy with Cinder in this situation. And now
Cinder ruins her friendships. No.
Some of these old thumbnails from their clip channel.
See, but the thing is, I told you, she markets herself as the friendship person.
Are not doing great. Cinder ruins her friendships. My friends should have never trusted me.
Yeah, she... Just saying the quiet part out loud. Oh, God, it's all projection. It's all projection.
Here's another one. My model artist exposes all my secrets.
That's crazy. That is insane. When they tell you who they are, maybe listen.
And then we also see that fans are saying, are you kidding me? I just bought my Cinder body pillow. And then you see on her Discord server, everything is shut down. They've locked everything, and they're trying to spin some damage control here. It's not great. This whole thing is reflected really badly on her. Like I said, it's one thing, you find out someone behind the scenes is not a very nice person, but it takes on a whole nother level when you're privately sabotaging the careers of not just your peers, but also people you claim to be friends with, or people who thought they were friends with you, but in the end, they were just a threat to Cinder's bottom line. But that's gonna do this video, as always.
Yeah, no, he's completely right. Definitely check out Red's video, linked in the description. Yeah, no, he's right. This is a classic case of woking and virtue signaling far too close to the sun. I'm gonna see Cinder's actual apologies that she's released since this. However, I think it's definitely important to note that this happens way too much. It happens way too much. There are a lot of transactional relationships. There are a lot of fake friendships online. Everyone's trying to move up that social hierarchy and stuff, except for me. I alone stand. Listen, when I got canceled by a whole lot of people, my apology, in quotes, definitely cleared my name, all right? Absolutely. And I still have a career, and I didn't even lose friends over my controversies. Pretty much. I haven't lost friends because the truth is I've never actually lied to people. That's the craziest part. Sure, everyone makes mistakes, but I've never maliciously lied to people about anything. So, all right, let's see Cinder's actual apology. Let's see how this goes. Oh, God. All right, so here's the actual apology. Here's the actual Cinder apology. There's nothing I could say to make this better, but I will try my best to properly convey my feelings, frustrations, and mistakes. I'd like to display my point of view and apologize to each party affected. Redacted has been my co-content creator since I began, / boyfriend, since I began making content, managing all aspects of what I do. Major part of why I'm here. We have also been in a relationship since the start of my endeavors. It's no secret many VTubers choose to keep their public and personal life separate. I'm no different. As of yesterday, he is no longer working with me. Bro. No way. Just throwing Redacted under the bus. There's no way that's this apology. No shot. See, Cinder should have come to me. Should have been like, yo, I'm getting cooked right now. Help me write an apology. Come on, that's crazy. Oh, no. Listen, anyone that scams their audience, backstabs their friends, or is being manipulated, whether you're in the right or in the wrong, definitely reach out. Definitely reach out. We could make something beautiful together. Yeah, I'm not reading all this if this is how it continues. And I have also not extensively discussed any of this with him. Sure, my butthole. She didn't discuss this with her boyfriend. Sure. Where our personal situation goes from here will be figured out between us privately. That essentially means that they will continue being in a relationship. They just don't want the world to know. Love that. I never intended to mention us publicly, but given the claims that are out there, I want everyone to know I'm taking this seriously. After years of working on everything together, his hyper business-oriented outlook warped my view of what it is I should be doing. It's all his fault that I am a grown adult and made my own decisions that are definitely incredible.
Oh, wait. Why is it... Oh, you guys can't hear anything. Hold on. Oh, I forgot to add the executable. Why? Why does no... Alright, there's some bugs going on here. Okay, let's do it again.
Hey, I found a ticket. Wow, you are just, ladies and gentlemen, the Jackie Chan of human shielding. Who takes the time to get this good at this? Hey, I found a...
Incredibly bad things. Hell yeah, dude. It is all the other guy's fault. Yeah, not good. Not good. It's not good. And what should be important to me as I navigate this career path? I have a terrible work-life balance as it is, being around projects and streams all day, every day made me lose sight of this point. That's stupid. It took all of this happening for me to realize this behavior isn't normal or healthy. All right, well, you should change. Yikes. Yikes. Which PR company do you work for next? I would like to hire you for an apology. Send me an email. We'll work something out. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. I am a public PR. I have actually... I've written response videos and apologies for other people. So far, only people that I like. I'll be honest. But I've done it. All right? I'm not trying to... I have. And it's always turned out well so far. I'm batting 1,000. And it's not an outlook I want to have. This doesn't absolve me of the things I've willingly done wrong and went along with, or the way I've treated people who are fully undeserving in regards to the analyst for the majority of the time working with her. Red was the one almost solely doing the communication about my plans and negotiations through his private DMs with Nano in a project server that we are all part of, where the actual art and models were worked on, but the conversations were focused on the work itself. I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions, and I should have been more diligent in my oversight. Oh my god. That's awful.
Bro, you were there.
Every time I've been told that Nano agreed to work with a new commission with me, it has been willingly with excitement share. From my point of view, she was genuinely willing to be working on these things. From my point of view, Jessie wasn't even locked in the basement making meth. This is crazy. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. We had come to the conclusion it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano and make more time for projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. Yep, that's what they're accusing you of. This was wrong to push onto her. It was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming the president to Nano, reconsidering not an entire list. Of her own volition, Nano canceled a large portion of model commissions last September. Yeah, because you and Redacted kept telling her not to work with other people and that you would literally burn money to prevent her from working with your friends. However, the claim that I was just using her is wrong. I've always treated Nano with respect and as my friend. She's still doing it. Oh, I did give her a lot of work, but we did everything we could to accommodate her schedule if she needed more time or a break, and she even helped with her own projects, payments multiple times. I've invited her to my stream. Okay. I've sent her my merch. Oh, and things she's made for me. And I was always open to talking derpy things outside projects. For instance, we would message each other. Bro. I even spoke to her about things that weren't directly related to my business. Aren't I a good friend? Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations. Yeah, garbage. And I had no knowledge of Bow and Cotton being included in this list. Oh, Cottontail's involved too. All right. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I doubt it. I was only aware of being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. Yep, Silvervale. When Nano messaged me about this agreement almost a month later... Yeah, this is such a nothing burger. I assumed it was only about Silvervale. I so doubt it. Women. I was so upset my admission was just guilt tripping. I'm not gonna lie, I ain't reading all this. It's just shifting blame. It's just business screenshot of my DMs with Nano's document. Assumed it was only about Silvervale. I so doubt it. Women. I was so upset my admission was just guilt tripping. I'm not gonna lie, I ain't reading all this. It's just shifting blame. The It's Just Business screenshot of my DMs with Nano's document was from November of 2023, and I'll go through my thought process of everything I said here. Yeah, I saw It's Just Business. I saw the context.
Hey, I found a ticket. Wow, you are just, ladies and gentlemen, the Jackie Chan of human shielding, who takes the time to get this good at this.
What Red was trying to explain to Nano is that everyone has a model buyer, then the innate value of her models overall are diminished by there being an oversaturation of that type of model out there. Yeah, we understood what you meant. Everyone understood exactly what you meant. Yeah, this was literally not twisted at all. Everyone understood that. Yeah. But the thing is, for Nanoless, it's not a bad thing if everyone considers her the industry standard and they pay her for work. It's only a negative specifically to Cinder. Because, you have the model made by the best artist, essentially. And no one else does. So it's definitely beneficial for you if that's the case, but not to her. Me saying It's Just Business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decisions. No, it's not. Whether she chose to work with me or not, no, it's not. That's not what you meant. I read the message. Oh, come on. When talking about Silver Valley, I need to start at the beginning. Before I was Cinder, I was a pink cherry blossom girl named Tashi that did ASMR content. Oh, God. When the VTuber boom happened in 2020, I knew I wanted to join in. Red and I contacted an artist in October, and we were set to start my... Red was working with her in 2020, and you're claiming that you had no idea what was going on? Oh, my God. All right. The plan was to take my cherry blossom persona, Tashi, make it pink hair, and white wolf girl VTuber. In November the same year, Silvervale revealed her Sakura Wolf redesign. I'd heard Silvervale earlier that year. I didn't watch her streams at all. We knew that she pivoted before we were stuck with the design would be a copy of one of the most popular VTubers at the time. Like I've explained multiple times on my stream, I knew I wanted to be a wolf girl, so I mixed my love of okami and metal music into the design, came up with a hellhound. My name was originally going to be Ember, but Red came up with the name Cinder since it was a mix of sin and cinder. Okay, both hell and fire themed. It would be a coincidence that it ended up being similar to Silver. Cinder and Silver? No one is accusing... Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me.
I'm just saying they have similarity. I'm not accusing she copying her. But at this point, I think she's copying her.
Due to no direct action of her own. All right, nice, love that. Moving on from Silver.
It's like a Hove should dig herself in.
Situation. Spite should have never received the hate of the comments over her outfit, comparing us. Okay, this is such a VTuber problem. Spite also brought up other creators that had experience with me. Nyantails, an ASM artist, pointed out Hellhound to OC. All right, whatever, we covered that. At the very start of my online career, I was an ASM artist. Okay, all right. Backstory, history. I don't deserve to be able to contact anyone involved directly to apologize personally, so I'll do it here in the chance they read it. Okay, all right. To Nano, I'm so sorry. All right, we got to the apology. We're only 6 pages into the Google Doc. That's nice. I'm so sorry to let things get to this point, or even entertain the thought of you working exclusively with me. That's not fair to you. Completely true. The classic, I apologize because I'm caught, not that I apologize because I'm sorry. That's crazy. Oh my God. I wouldn't be here without you, and I wouldn't have been able to do most of what I've done without you. See, I told you, I really think it's an inferiority complex that she feels like her success is tied to her models. Anyway, I felt overly attached with the relationship over the past 4 years, and I've loved your work so much that I wanted to make myself exclusive to your art. Yeah, that's incredibly crappy of you. That is an incredibly crappy thing to do, and should have never sought feelings to be reciprocated. Everything you've ever worked on for me was always so perfect, I lost sight of how everyone else around me would have felt. How could you possibly lose? What do you mean? She's not your slave. She's not your Jessie cooking your meth in your basement. Like, what are you talking about? I had no idea people around me felt bad if I literally manipulated you into dropping them all as clients. This is such a twist. I had no intention of pressuring you into anything, but looking back on my clouded judgment, I could see how my messages felt that way. No, they didn't feel that way. They were that way. When I talked about how my models helped you improve, I meant looking back at how far we've come together. Well, it sounds like I made you. You owe me. But okay, we've been friends for so long. There it is again. Friends. So much friends. Trying so hard. for so long and cheering each other when we both started growing and getting more opportunities like plushies and figurines. You became my exclusive artist for full live 2D models the majority of the time. As a VTuber, of course, I would have been sad if this didn't continue our friendship in our private DMs. I was okay with you ultimately doing what was best for yourself. I saw you as someone, I trusted you, I loved you. All right, okay. I never saw you as a business partner. Right. It's just business. It's just business. All right. I thought I was reassuring you that I'd always be understanding. Yeah. Tavao, since the start, I always admire how genuine you've always been to everyone. Yeah, I would admire that too if I was as ungenuine as Cinder seems to be. I wouldn't be here without you either. I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. You can't blame yourself and your actions for buying into a narrative. Holy backstab, Batman. This is way too long. And it's so full of nothing. I've never had such a genuine friendship in my life.
I say again, like, this is like what like most I've seen is just that she never really have a friend.
It's so over, bro. It's so over. Wow. Zero evidence in this entire apology either, because I guess everything was just true, said by everyone. Especially with you. We've gotten to know each other so well online and in person. You've been through so much. The last thing I want to do is to cause more harm. But I did. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put into my head. They weren't my ideas. No. They were put there. I wish I would have been able to talk about this too, but I wouldn't know about this variety of things that have been theorized by my own friends behind my back until now. It's my fault for not realizing what Red was doing. It is my fault, and I take full accountability for not realizing that other people were mean to you. Wow. Well said, well said. Incredible stuff, truly incredible stuff. That's amazing. All right, to everyone else, to Silver, since the start, I love that I saw someone else sharing so many similar interests to me. Yeah, liar, you hated it. You absolutely hated that someone else was.
Hey, I found a ticket. Wow, you are just, ladies and gentlemen, the Jackie Chan of human shielding. Who takes the time to get this good at this? Hey, I found a ticket.
Compared to you. That is a lie. Come on, man. Stop. And I thought maybe someday we could talk it out, become good friends, but that didn't happen. Again with the friends, every time. I was blinded by all these hate comments around me, calling me lesser. Oh my God. I hate the person I've become towards you. I tried to reach out to you time ago to start a friendly conversation, change things, make it right. Say hi to you at conventions. Listen, I wanted to be your friend so badly, I even stalked you. Huh? Doesn't that prove my good intentions? True. And support your endeavors, but yeah, sure. But despite support your endeavors when she literally prevented her from getting art? She said to Nanolis, anytime Silver reaches out to you for art, tell her no, and I'll give you money instead. Literally burning my money so you don't work with Silvervale. Support your endeavors? All right, anyway. I'm sorry, I assumed these things about your design. All right, sure. Yeah, meaning blaming people for copying. All right, okay. All right, the finale. I'm sorry to my pyro pups, I guess that's her audience, and my mods for expecting me to lead a better example than this. I'm sorry to the VTuber community for looking towards me like someone to aspire to. I'm sorry to Kaiser, who's put his heart and soul into everything he's ever done for me. I think that's her editor. And I'm not even talking to you about how I felt. How did you feel? You still didn't talk about how you felt. This entire apology is a giant virtue signal, saying I'm sorry and not taking any accountability for anything.
I need to find like the I'm sorry. That particular one. I remember I saw it in Twitter before. Let's refresh a little bit, see. Is it there? Ah, I can't find it. Too bad. Too bad. I remember seeing it before. Is it this one?
I'm the biggest hater. I hate.
Nope. What's the South Park one? Someone actually made full-on South Park versions of it. Ah, too bad I can't find it. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying my best. Nope, I didn't manage to find one. Sadly. Ooh, my tummy. Yeah, my tummy is acting up. Maybe I'm being too malicious. My body's like reacting to it. Let's say again. Naturally positive persons. Ah. Let's continue to watch this instead then.
Oh my god. So much backstabbing so early in the morning. I'm sorry for the dozens of artists that put hard work into me. I'm sorry for the rest of my friends who I've let down. I've led a bad example and I don't expect forgiveness. I've only made mistakes over 5 years on the internet. Okay? I'm only one person. Living one life.
You're two persons.
For the first and only time. What does this mean? Oh my god. What does that mean? Yikes. I hope Cinder doesn't, like, harm herself or anything. I hope that she proves that she's better by being better. And, yeah. And realistically, I don't blame anyone if they never trust her again after something like this.
I would say, no, she can just, like, live her life normally. It's not like everything suddenly should become, like, 0 view. It's like, she definitely will have view. Either hate watch or like just don't give a shit watch. Still view.
As I said at the start, I ended up developing an extremely unhealthy work-life balance. That's not an argument. And the harm Red has caused with the way he viewed things is irreparable. Yeah. Red's stuff was irreparable. I'm pretty reparable. Red, not reparable. The way I've been perceiving things lately is not how I want to view the world moving forward. This goes out a lot, blah, blah, blah. I'm devastated that friendships so special to me may understandably never be mended again. I love my job, and I love all the friends I've had. Yep. We totally believe that now. We totally believe that. Thank you for reading. Yikes, bro. Holy video essay, Batman. This is... Alright, you know what? Bro, we're gonna do this. Check this out. Check this out. We're just gonna put this straight into the AI. All right. Please summarize and shorten and add accountability to this. All right, check it out. All right, we just dropped this entire schmeat into the AI. All right, I deeply regret the harm caused by my actions. See, I added accountability. I added accountability, bro. I added accountability and it's immediately better. I deeply regret the harm that my actions and those from my former co-creator Redacted, for whom I've ended both personal and business ties. My unhealthy work-life balance and Redacted's overly business-driven mindset led me to make poor decisions, including pressuring artists and analysts to prioritize my projects and unfairly influencing her to limit work with others. She didn't even say that. She didn't even mention the stuff she's being accused of. Such as Silvervale. I failed to oversee reactive manipulative communications and take full responsibility for the resulting harm. To Natalie, Silvervale, Balcott, and Shy Lily, get everybody else. To Natalie, I'm sorry for pressuring you into exclusivity and not recognize the burden it placed on you. Your art shaped my brand, and I should have respected your autonomy. To Silvervale, I let insecurities and community comparisons fuel resentment, wrongly influencing Natalie against working with you. To everyone else, I failed to
I have
harmful narratives and actions targeting you. I'm sorry for the pain caused, all right? To everyone else, blah, blah, blah. I take full accountability for my role, including enabling redactions acted through my inaction and clouded judgment. I've committed to improving myself and my work-life balance, addressing these mistakes, fostering healthy... Dude, this is way better. This is way better. This isn't even the same apology. All I needed to say was add accountability, and it's an entire other apology. Dude, if she would have posted this, it would have gone over better. I'm not gonna lie. It would have gone over better.
I'm not gonna lie, that's
That
too.
is not a good sign. All right, anyway, everyone told me to see Shy Lily's response. The absolute audacity. Oh my God, she's beating her corpse with a steel chair here. God damn. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue manipulating Gaslight is absolute insanity. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I've never been so heartbroken and so hurt badly from my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting.
When Charlie say that, you
That's
fuck.
crazy. Oh God. Sheesh. Yikes. And Shy Lily's super nice too. So this is hitting extra hard. Yeah, damn. That's crazy. Cooked. I mean, yeah, I do see that. I do see that. Nothing more scummy than faking friendships and stabbing your friends behind the back for clout. As someone that's been on the receiving end of that, I feel that so badly. I feel like almost every content creator that gets big at some point needs to go through it. And Shy Lily's going through it now, and I feel bad for them. It's really sucky every time. Reading and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back, not only through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages, while having to sit here and read through the bullshit lies you spin, makes me want to vomit. To claim you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who's shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment, while loving to start to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into the most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. I've experienced your actions without red in a situation where in your own screenshotted words you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them, just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact same date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. Damn! You actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass. And when you realized you were being a bad friend, why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? Everything you do is at a competition. Your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reasons you even had these opportunities and platforms to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. Damn. Because she had the good models. She wheedled into every friendship, she just wheedled into them. Look at this. Seeing my friend succeed makes me happy. Oh, Sam, you're doing incredible. Look at that. Oh my God. You claim it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is tried to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your consequences and your career to try and salvage it. There's always space for another knife in your back. I'm sorry to everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration. I'm especially sorry to your fans. Damn. Damn. All right, I'm sure she's getting her ass beat in the replies. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed. As if boyfriend and girlfriend don't tell each other everything. Apology. Looks inside. This is why I did nothing wrong and it was all my boyfriend. Yikes. Yikes. Anyway, yeah, so that's the situation. We finally covered it. Everyone in my chat's been begging me to cover this for like the last day. So here we are. This is what happens when you virtue signal too close to the sun. I don't think we're going to be getting another update on this story, personally. Unless Cinder tries to do another apology, like in video format, taking accountability for herself. And if she does do that, she should definitely reach out to the Apology King, the AI. Because I professionally retract my my offer to help you with awkward. Anyway, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, so realistically, don't be a fake person. Fake people, they always eat it in the end. Don't virtue signal too close to the suns. Don't make believe that you have such unbelievably good friendships with everyone around you. This stuff, it's all lies. It's lies. It's gaslighting. It's fake.
No matter what happened, there's a certain level
jury,
of
I find Cinder guilty.
transactions there. Okay.
And a bad friend. Anyway, as someone that's been backstabbed a lot here, it's nice to see that nothing's really changed in the industry. Oh god. Hope everyone takes care of themselves and becomes better people out there. Anyway, thanks for being here. Stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Belt is here. It should be somewhere here too. Where did I put a belt on? Yeah, this is why you need to name your layers. Else you'll be like me, trying to find stuff that I misplaced. Oh, I did actually put it on here. Alright. That is definitely a little bit odd. Alright, I think I watched enough of that. I wouldn't call it shit show. It's more like, you know.
Jack Doherty just found out why you should never wear a $300,000 chain, as he was just robbed, as it seems like no one cares, which is actually kind of shocking, because when a creator this size gets robbed, especially for the amount he was robbed for, I would expect to see a lot more coverage of this, and maybe some sympathy towards him, but instead, most people are just dropping the Michael Jordan kissing his champion trophy gifts. So, Jack Doherty really needs to be studied on how unlikable he is, because very few people get robbed and then have the entire internet celebrating. But to make things extremely clear, I am in no way happy to see this, nor do I want to see this happen to anyone. It should be very obvious that no one wants to live in a society where people get robbed. Although, there are plenty of things that Jack could have done here to avoid being a target, like not wearing $300,000 worth of diamonds around your neck in Los Angeles, a city where, you know, seemingly a new jewelry store is broken into every week at this point. But I mean, even considering the location, I don't think it's ever smart to put the value of a small family house around your neck. So, what happened? Well, Jack was in LA, and the only thing I knew that Jack did was he went to a no jumper interview, and then the day after he decided to extend his stay in LA, and then he went to Rodeo Drive to, I guess, shop. And this is where the disaster struck him.
Guys, I just got robbed. I just got robbed on Rodeo Drive. 4 armed guys hopped out of their car, ripped both my chains off my neck.
I mean, this situation is already very similar to the McLaren incident, because as soon as the disaster happens, he instantly goes live. He goes live before he even notifies his family.
I think that was a setup, bro. So how many? That was a setup.
So how many people? Can we just hold off on this, because we got some more way.
Dave, I don't even know what the happened. Like, help me talk, bro. I'm in shock. Nah, they're with me.
The police are stuck in the car.
Listen, sir, they're with me. Okay.
I mean, even after he's robbed, he's taking pictures with people. I mean, dude's probably having the worst day of his life, but still forcing to smile for a photo.
Professional.
Did they touch you?
Yes. Bleeding.
Did you fire? No. Alright, just make sure nobody touches you. We're gonna have prime left and left swap. What's the value of the diamond necklace?
One was 100K, one was 200K.
It's like 300K?
Yeah.
I mean, $300,000 just to go shopping? Why are you peacocking like that? Why do you feel the need to do that? Like, I can somewhat understand the expensive watch for the right place and the right time, but I don't think it's ever a good idea to be roaming around LA with a 6-figure watch and a $300,000 diamond necklace. That's just terrible situational awareness. Bank robbers, on average, they get away with about $5,000, which I was actually surprised of that stat. I thought it would be way larger than that. But you have guys risking that much for $5 grand, and you know for sure a bank is way harder to rob than Jack Doherty here on Rodeo Drive. Because let's be real, the only thing defending Jack here is an out-of-shape bodyguard, because the last bodyguard he had got him into legal trouble. So I guess he got a new one, and this new one is probably already fed up with it, because who wouldn't be? Also, let's be real, I don't think he signed up for that. He signed up to defend Jack when he eggs someone on the street or something like that, and then, you know, has to back them off, or some TikTok person harassing him. That's essentially what I would assume they sign up for, not 4 armed gunmen blitzkrieging Jack. I feel like that's a little bit much for one bodyguard who's not even armed to handle. So overall, just terrible risk assessment on Jack Doherty here.
What the happened? Hey, let that happen.
So here he's kind of blaming his security guard. He's like, why would you let that happen? It's like, dude, what is he gonna do? Apparently he tackled one, but there's 3 others with guns. Like, dude, you broadcasted one large game of capture the flag with $300,000 worth of diamonds around your neck as a reward to any criminal in LA, and you live stream your current location. Then on top of that, they can clearly see that you only have one bodyguard here. And again, I never want to see anyone get robbed, but this is just ridiculously reckless on his part. And then on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if the dudes who robbed him get less time than Vitaly in the Philippines when their crimes aren't even comparable. But he starts explaining what happens here.
It really happened right there.
And what, you ran?
Bro. Give us a play-by-play.
What happened? Yeah.
Bro, that was a setup for sure, bro. It's 2 perfect. I walk out and they're right there, bro. Like they walk out and they immediately hop out the car. And like they all three or four of them just tackle me to the ground. It's insane. Like, I don't even know what happened. What even happened? Like I didn't even see what happened. It all happened so fast. Did they just pin me against the wall?
Can I speak to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna separate you from everyone just to get your information and everything. I understand.
That is a complete nightmare scenario, but apparently he didn't remember what the people robbed him looked like. How would you not be able to remember what they looked like? Okay, so I guess everyone's trauma responses or just like fear responses work differently. I had a scary moment where I was in a CVS and it got robbed. They had guns. I was there with my family, and I was like only probably 4 feet away from one of the robbers at the time. And I saw behind the robber was my family. So I just kind of froze up and slowly started walking because he clearly was not there to rob people. He was just trying to get whatever you can get from the CVS. So I just kind of walked, grabbed my family, and I've been to the store plenty of times, so I knew where the back door was. So we just walked into the back door, and then I closed the back door, and then I stood behind that metal door, and then we called 911. But I can also list from head to toe exactly what that person was wearing, his height, yeah, everything about that person. So not to randomly trauma dump on you guys, not that it actually was trauma. Obviously it was scary at the time, but thankfully nothing happened, so it was nothing really to worry about. Damn. Okay, well that just reminded me of that. Okay, anyway, moving on. So after the questioning, he continues where he left off by telling the story.
Dude, he was chasing me around the road trying to get my watch off. That's angry. Yeah, it's like, and I don't know which way to go, bro. Because if I go too far away, he's gonna just get me alone, and I have a broken collarbone, so I can't even fight this guy. And bro, I just didn't want to lose my wrist.
Why every single time something happened to him, he has to be shut off?
I am surprised he was not worried about his life here or his girl's life, as they were just charged by 4 armed gunmen. Like, come on, screw the materialistic crap. That's replaceable. Why are you worried about that?
They said Timu McKinley set you up, bro. They got the job from her. Is that true? I looked suspected that at first. That was my feed. I took her phone, I checked it. I said, yo, I had to. I was like, what the I'm sorry, like, I don't know. 300K is 300K. You never know.
It should have been 580.
What?
It should have been like a 480 with the Richard.
Bro, he was chasing me around. I was not letting it go. He had a gun to me, and I was like, nah, I'm taking this watch. I'll die for this. I should have gotten insurance. What was I doing? I gotta calm down. The cops are gonna think I'm crazy. They're not gonna see my shit back.
Anyone with a $300,000 house would have it insured. I don't know what he was thinking with having $300,000 worth of jewelry not insured. And I was interested in seeing what that would cost. And that would apparently be anywhere from $300 to $600 a month to insure it, as the industry standard for jewelry like that would be between 1% and 2% of the assessed value of the jewelry. And the 1% to 2% is for the annual cost. But obviously, he continues to marinate in what happened.
Can this all be over now? Like, for real, what is happening? Bro, you did ask, like, Cheesecake Factory set me up. I'm suing. He's allowing everyone. Hey, can I sue for this or no? Who can I sue for this?
Yeah, the only people he could sue here would probably be the robbers. That's about it.
You ain't got to go to extradition. I actually live here. I'm not a fake street location. So you ain't got
all right, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Hey, pal.
Leave me the fuck alone.
Hey, pal. Hey, I love you. Hey, my daddy. My daddy owns this street, pal. Yeah, keep walking.
Okay, dude. Jack has really made it an art form to just come up with the least likable thing to say at all times.
Wait. What do you think happened, man? So I lost my neck aura. It's all gone. 300 grand down the drain. This is worse than McLaren crack.
Well, I mean, here he didn't endanger other people's lives. He just lost a diamond necklace. But I guess he feels that way because the McLaren incident, that was in his hands, while here he had zero control, other than choosing to wear $300,000 worth of diamonds that day. But he finally gave us the full story without being interrupted here.
Yeah, tell us what happened. So when you went to the ground, pinned up against the wall, me and her, and like I get pinned up against the wall like this, and I see my chains right there in this guy's hand, and I'm being pushed like this. Some other guy's going at my watch, and I'm like trying to fight him off, and then
So 4 dudes, they push you against the wall like instantly, and just one took your chain.
somehow like
One's holding you.
Like we're all here, like 5 of us right here, or 6 of us right here. Me, Dave, Christy, and the 4 guys. And then next thing I know, Dave and 2 of the guys are there, and then one of the guys chasing me around the street trying to get my watch off.
You went fully across the street.
And then the other guy's like, nah, we got the chains. And then the other guy stopped chasing me. Jack Doherty's cooked, all right?
I mean, thankfully no one got hurt, as this is, again, a nightmare situation for anyone. But he calls his dad finally, and his dad states the obvious.
Did you run all the way across the street?
I ran there, and then I was like, if I go there, it's just me and him. So I was like, I can't, I have to come back.
And then what his boy said, oh, we got the chains. And
Yeah,
he turned around
and yelled, and they hopped in the car.
Yeah, hopefully, that's a tough lesson. I mean, you can't advertise all your money or your jewelry. You gotta stop that. I would, make a film that you're depositing all for $50,000.
All right, Dad, I'm live right now, Dad. Like, we're not doing this.
No, I don't know that.
At least his dad tried to share some common sense with him. And his dad isn't the only one. Even his friend was trying to tell him this before the robbery actually happened.
But it didn't even break the seal, did it? Like even close?
Nah, but the chains were like instant, like, cause he just got it.
It came off just right away.
It almost took me to the ground with him, bro. He took it off.
If you were in your hoodie too, they would have never even seen them shits. Michael literally said, "Tuck your chains" as we were getting in the Range Rover.
Well, right after it happened.
And then he reconfirmed the chains were not insured.
Robert's probably watching a stream right now.
Yeah, what do you have to say to him?
When you have them insured, now.
Then finally they got the bodyguard to share his perspective.
They pulled up, I heard the tires screeching, I was standing right here. I heard the tires screeching, I looked to my left and I see everybody hop out. And I tried to beat them to you. But I just remember,
I've seen a documentary of this spot before. It's like one of the most worst robbery place. At the end, they have to shut off a lot of like outside restaurant like area because people just keep getting like grab and snatch robbing.
Damn, bro.
And they also managed to
snatch
somehow
and
get a
run.
little peek of the security cam footage, but it's hard to really make anything out of it as Jack's friend was filming off of the phone they were using.
Like, how much awareness this guy have?
There's a clip that's been floating around generating a lot of buzz with a woman who is screaming at an officer about someone needing to get a ticket. And screaming is a word that just doesn't do it justice. This is a level beyond that I didn't even think was possible with human vocal folds. Like, this is what banshees are said to sound like. Her screaming, like her squealing, like that's what I imagine Black Bolt's sonic superpowers must have sounded like in the comics. It is otherworldly.
Give him a ticket!
Do you need an ambulance?
He doesn't have a third thing! Don't give him a ticket!
Do you need to go to the...
Why the fuck do I get a ticket?
Look.
He can do whatever he wants!
Okay.
Give him a ticket!
And not a lot of people know the full context of it. It's more than just the clip. This actually goes on for like 25 minutes or more. It was probably closer to like an hour across multiple different locations of her keeping up that same anger the entire time. Like, I am shocked she didn't give herself like a fucking aneurysm during it. It is unreal. And a lot of people also don't know there's a sequel to this. So this happened, and then later on, she actually got arrested again for something else totally unrelated, and she still was this angry. She must just go around this mad all the time. Like that scene from Avengers, you know, where Bruce Banner's like, the secret is I'm always mad. Like, that must be how she lives her life. It's scary. But I'm not going to touch on the sequel yet. I want to give you the genesis of the angriest woman ever recorded here. It's like a cryptid sighting. So let's take it from the beginning and go through the entire first adventure.
Hello?
I'm on the phone with your police department right now. You can't pull me over when my car's off.
Yeah, I can, because I got you speeding before you were stopped, so...
When they get there, oh, no, I can call 911 if it's a fucking emergency. Do you know what the fuck that means? Yeah, this is a fucking emergency!
So she got pulled over for a speeding violation, and then she parked and called 911 immediately to complain about, like, no, now I'm just being harassed, this is all a bunch of baloney, this is horseradish. And she was calm for a little bit, and I'm using that word real loosey-goosey. It's just she wasn't absolutely at the top of her lungs hollering like she had just watched the home team win the Super Bowl. Like, she is more contained than you will ever see her on footage from this point forward. And then it starts to bubble over. The cup runneth over on anger, and it's about to spill out in a catastrophic explosion.
You're fucking shit-faced pig! Well, leave me the fuck alone!
Ooh, my ears! And the poor policeman ears!
How you doing? I'm the sergeant you requested.
Yeah.
How can I help you?
What the fuck is going on?
Okay. Well, from my understanding is you were traveling 57 in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, and that was the reason for the stop.
So this lady's having a full-blown exorcism right now, and the cops are calling in reinforcements, so they brought in the cavalry here with the Zen Master. The cop that arrives here to have a conversation with her, to the best of his ability, is cartoonishly calm.
For a good minute. Can't fucking do that.
Sure you can.
No, the fuck he can't.
Okay.
This is fucking video.
I don't need to pull this video right now. We'll write the citation, and then you can take it.
No, it's writing me.
Yep, that's what's gonna happen. Okay, I understand that you might not feel that's right.
No, you don't. You want to fucking die? Get the fuck away from me! Get away from me!
This dude's like Ned Flanders up there at the window. He's like, well, no, sorry, Bob, we can't do that. We came here because of the speeding violation. You're acting a little out of line. It's a little silly. Like, I feel like I'm watching an episode of a kids program. Like, he is trying so hard to, like, de-escalate this through just, like, babying her, which I think he's making the right call doing that, because she is off her gourd, clearly. I don't know if this is some kind of, like, episode. I'm inclined to believe that it's not, considering that it happened again at a later date. I really think she is just a legitimately super angry person, so now this inconvenience of the speeding ticket has set her off.
You screaming at me is not gonna solve anything right now. Are you threatening me now? Do you want to be arrested? Are you okay? What's
Holy shit!
You're just breaking your own stuff.
It is genuinely impressive how she is able to scream this loud, be this angry, without, like, passing out. Like, sometimes I'll celebrate something and, like, yell, like, during, like, an esports watch party. If something really hype happens, I'll, like, yell, and I get really lightheaded. Like, I get dizzy. I try to, like, hide it, be real brave about it, like a strong, you know, trooper about it, but, man, I get dizzy sometimes if I just yell. Meanwhile, this lady's like a fucking X-Men. She's like a mutant here with this ability. She's able to continue to screech and squeal at decibels that are definitely probably dangerous to eardrums. Like, this is probably the same note that opera singers hit that causes glass to just fucking explode, except amplified by 100 here. She's in there fucking breaking, like, not breaking, but like kicking at her own windows now while doing all of this. She's acting like she's turning into a werewolf. Also, just a side note, whatever officer is watching this unfold must be like 8 feet tall, because this body cam is towering over the other officer and this vehicle, making it look like a little toy car. I don't know how tall that officer is, but that is a big boy.
Away from my car!
Okay, as soon as I have the identification, we'll write your citation. We'll be out of here.
Why don't you go fucking fetch it, you fucking dog?
Take your citation for speed.
Yeah, are you fucking talking? You get the fuck out, man! Get the fuck out, man!
After she launches her ID, they give her the speeding ticket. He slides it through the windshield. He's like, ma'am, is through the windshield okay? All right, I'm just going to drop it off here. All right, now have a pleasant rest of your evening. And then they peel out. And you'd think that's where it ends, right? No. she actually follows the officers back to the police headquarters, which is where the viral clip starts.
And decided to follow him all the way to the police station. During the 5-minute drive,
So I have to follow every fucking law, but that fucking faggot can leave the fucking scene without a turn signal? Give him a ticket!
Do you need an ambulance?
He doesn't have a turn signal! Give him a ticket!
You need to go to the...
Why the fuck do I get a ticket?
This person is might be on a period. Might.
Okay.
She is sweating profusely, actually shaking. But you'll notice, no voice cracks. Not a single hint of a voice crack during all of this screaming. I don't understand how that's possible. Those are like golden pipes of an angel to be able to go through that much trauma for this extended period of time with no damage, no raspiness. Well, okay, I don't mean to get carried away now. I'm getting a little lost in the sauce. But no like cracking or anything like that, no wavering. It's unbelievable.
Can I help you with anything else?
Give him a ticket! Fucking come on!
It's not gonna happen. Anything else we can help you with tonight?
Yeah! Giving him a ticket!
Alright, it's not gonna happen.
What the f does he get to do whatever the fuck he wants for?
I just want to know, are you okay?
I don't like. Are you guys hearing this? I'm sorry for your ears.
Why the fuck doesn't he get a ticket?
She believes the officer didn't use a turn signal, which is why she's demanding he gets a ticket, and she is going feral about it. And the officer, multiple times, is just, like, it seems like is actually concerned that something is wrong here. I think she's in no condition to be on the road like this whatsoever. I don't think she can even see the people in front of her because it's behind an entire wall of red. She is steaming. And I've made this reference a lot recently, but I really like to call upon this. It's like that episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog when Eustace puts that gel on his head and his fucking head explodes.
I can help you talk to somebody.
He didn't use his turn signal!
Man, can I please call you an ambulance? Do you have any thoughts of harming yourself?
Oh.
Where are you going?
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, my ears. I'm sorry about you guys too.
It's not.
The 911 dispatch.
It is indeed the world angriest person I've seen.
Woman who continues to call them, screaming at them, yelling at them about all of this. And it's honestly kind of sad to watch. Like, yeah, she is clearly extremely angry, but you can see, like, she starts, like, sniffling, and, like, it seems like she's on the verge of tears. She's so upset. Like, it does seem like there is a real cause for concern about, like, well, what's going on here? But she's refusing any of the help. So, again, I have no clue beyond what I've seen in her arrests now, but I really do not think, if she is like this as often as it seems she is, that she should be driving frequently, because it's a danger to the people around her.
So what the fuck are they being retarded for? Don't they need to do what the fuck I say now?
Jayla, you are in an emotional state. I can't talk with you.
All of you stupid, fat, fucking white privileged motherfuckers keep costing me money, and you do whatever the fuck you want! I wish I was a cop so I could shoot all of you the fuck up and get a pat on the back for it! You stupid!
Okay.
Multiple times she's threatened to kill the
Holy
officers,
shit,
like
her
earlier
yell
saying about
literally
stabbing
go
one in the neck.
through the
Now she's saying
mic
she wished
here.
she could just shoot them, about, you know, how they're costing her money, and then she takes
I
the
have
glasses
my
and
volume
throws
at the
them.
lowest that can't
Maybe
pick
broke
up.
the glasses, cost yourself
Mostly.
money on that, kicking the windows, also racking up a bill on your own out of control anger here. It's rough. Like, I'm not going to show too much more of this because it goes on like this for a long time, unfortunately. Like, a very long time.
Don't lie to me. You're fucking fake. It's hard to think when you're fucking leaving, huh?
When did I use my signal?
When you were leaving, you didn't use that, and you saw me following you.
I'm sorry you think that way, but I did.
Literally, you and your fucking butt buddy did it. Both of you fucking did it.
I'm cutting around a lot of the lore here, but they eventually decided, like, we need to do something here, but they didn't want to, like, wrestle with her in the car, so the main character officer, the protagonist here of this boss battle, he tried to say, if you want to talk to that officer you're so mad about, he's over there on the sidewalk, go talk to him, so that way she'd get out of their car and then they could, like, I guess put her in cuffs and then call an ambulance. But she declined to get out of her car. Instead, she backed up and scooted in sideways so she could talk to him, yell at him through the window. So then they had to get more creative about how to get her out of the car because they didn't want to, like, hurt her, I think, or like wrestle with her in the car. So then he said, do you want to file a complaint against this guy? And she's like, yeah, all right, well, the paperwork's inside. Honestly, a grandmaster chess maneuver on the board there with the scholar's mate. So they set that booby trap. She goes inside the police station and then she is taken into custody. It's not pretty. It's rough to watch.
Jayla, would you like to file a complaint? Yeah! Then you can head to the lobby and we have the paperwork for you. Yeah. Okay, hands behind you. Hands behind you.
They do get an ambulance there, and while putting her on the stretcher to get her in the ambulance, she hawked a fat loogie. She spit a mean one on one of the officers. So it was a bit of a struggle there, but they eventually get her in the ambulance. She was charged with, like, apparently she was charged with assault battery on an officer, as well as disorderly conduct and false reports to 911. Apparently some of those charges were dropped, but she ended up spending like 140 something days in jail for all of this. But yeah, that's the whole first adventure here with what I believe I can confidently say is the angriest person I've ever seen. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
Ooh, my ears still ringing from it. Ooh, gosh.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and I haven't really talked about Logan Paul in a while, and to be honest with you, he wasn't really on my radar until, of course, one update that I actually saw regarding a lawsuit involving a good friend of mine, CoffeeZilla. Now, for those of you who don't know, Coffee, or Steven, he's actually going through a lawsuit, a defamation lawsuit, surprisingly, against Logan Paul in regards to CryptoZoo. Now, I'm going to give you guys a TLDR for somebody who has no idea what CryptoZoo is. If you go to the CryptoZooWorld.com website, you'll be greeted with one of these like online casino ads. Great advertisement to go with. But anyways, join the most exciting crypto game and community. Now, influencers and cryptocurrency is like a nuclear bomb waiting to go off, okay? It's always going to be a bad situation, okay? Now, obviously, I'm not here to say cryptocurrency is bad, haha. I'm just here to say that cryptocurrency, which is a pretty unregulated market, and, you know, nowadays, given a lot of the actual legal, like, passes that have been happening into it, a lot of the administration changes, this might be the perfect time to launch like a meme coin. I'm not saying that you should, but this might be the perfect time to launch it and get away with it. But CryptoZoo was actually a coin that was launched, a project that was launched by Logan Paul, where the idea was to hatch eggs, breed animals, play with hybrids, earn yield in zoo, collect NFTs, and bring them into the real world. So again, to give you an idea, all right, there was a lot of people who were thinking, what if we turned blockchains into video games? Okay, people like video games. You know, you like playing the video games. What if you could earn money off of video games? Now, I've seen takes as dumb as time, or I've seen people, large streamers, who have outright pretty much said, man, when that GTA 6 drops, imagine if you're making money through crypto.
And part of creating a server is creating your own ecosystem that's tied to a newly made coin. Maybe in that event you do.
Well, I'm gonna tell this chat really quick how it is. When GTA 6 drops, me and Ricky are going to make the biggest server together. We're going to do the best shit ever, and I promise you, it's going to be completely crypto, everything pro-crypto about it.
The word NFT
it's gonna change
is
the game because GTA 6, I promise you guys,
the
it's
word
gonna be
most
it's going to be ORP. I'll have the
scariest
biggest
word
server,
in
I
some
promise you I
sense.
will. And we're going to put a lot of money into it.
And
Take-Two's legal enforcement policy will be aligned with our current PC single-player mods policy, with priority in enforcement actions based on misusing the trademarks, and more specifically, the commercial exploitation, selling loot boxes, or a in-game equivalent, the sale of virtual currencies, operation of a server, or by behalf of a third-party brand, generating revenue via corporate sponsorships or in-game integrations, or the use of cryptocurrencies or crypto assets for, I guess, any form of their online multiplayer official or through the roleplay. So yeah, I mean, again, it's always down to the influencers who try to push the Web3 shit the hardest that don't really think it through for more than 5 seconds. But again, to whittle it on back, CryptoZoo allowed people to become a zookeeper today. So you can join the largest zoo in the metaverse, and obviously the video game never really materialized. In fact, like CryptoZoo, you can probably dig up like an actual version of this game somewhere here real quick. Now, one user actually ended up creating the real zoo, which is apparently what CryptoZoo would have been had it actually materialized, okay? So if you want to, I guess, play what CryptoZoo could have been, this is all it really is. Now, obviously, CryptoZoo was covered pretty extensively by CoffeeZilla in a multi-part series, and he had some pretty damning things to say about CryptoZoo, and he did some pretty damning research in regards to it. It was that research that landed him a juicy lawsuit after all of this controversy, after several years of being called out, to the point where even Logan Paul goes out and pretty much actually issues like some apologies, some responses, a shitty response nonetheless. But again, there was one point where people even got like a partial refund, surprisingly. And I even covered this like actual buyback, this sort of refund scheme, where it turns out that apparently the refund scheme was also involving users allegedly giving up their rights to sue these guys in an actual class action lawsuit. Okay, so this is an ongoing situation, an ongoing serious fuck up by Logan. And I guess suing, you know, suing the investigator on his ass is first off, may I remind you, never that great of a look. But there were some things that came out in this lawsuit that warranted me actually making this video. So in one of the actual updates here, filed February 17th, 2025, pursuant to the federal rule of civil procedure, defendant Stephen and Coffee Break bring this motion for judgment on the pleadings and in support respectfully show. So again, in the lawsuit, Logan Paul's an internet celebrity who co-founded and relentlessly marketed an online cryptocurrency game called CryptoZoo to millions of fans. This much we've all seen. Coffee makes a 3-part YouTube series exposing the crypto scam and Paul's leading role in it. So in this lawsuit, one could say the first actual like statement that got posted to X in regards of this lawsuit was this one right here, okay? Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose his scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up. I mean, these are all banging, okay? You can see by the 90,000, likes over here that people genuinely enjoyed this little bit of ribbon. Now, of course, in a lot of videos when investigating, you'll often see that this description comes in. This video is an opinion and in no way should be construed as statements of fact. Scams, bad business opportunities, and fake gurus are subjective terms that mean different things to different people. Now, if you ever watch one of my investigations, for instance, and you probably were annoyed by my use of the word allegedly, the reason why that word is so burned into my vocabulary when covering people like this is to protect myself from any form of lawsuit over here, okay? Again, you can't just be making a statement of fact even when you really feel like you have all the evidence on top of you, okay? Realistically, the only people that really are going to be making statement of facts are probably legal authorities, and even they can be taken to court regarding these situations. Now, when you're actually going to be suing somebody, I really feel like there isn't an issue with a lawsuit. I really don't care if YouTubers sue each other, to be honest with you. Like, if you feel that you've actually been defamed, you should absolutely sue any content creator that you feel is defaming you, okay? If you really personally feel that, I don't really see any problem with it. However, it turns out that in this lawsuit, it really seems like Logan does not care about the truth at this point, and he actually, being the idiot that he is, fucking ruined his own lawsuit, dude. So in this recent motion to transfer and stay proceeding, if you go down all the way over here to where they actually showcase some of these messages that were brought out, look at these bangers, okay? So in the lawsuit, they claim Logan Paul is using this lawsuit to punish Coffee to the ground, okay? Whom Paul perceives as his online nemesis. Could you imagine somebody not connected to the internet reading this shit and they're like, whoa, people on the internet got nemesises? God damn. Sounds like a fucking wrestling match, huh? So when you actually look at this lawsuit, right, you can see that Logan Paul writes, lawyering up, suing this mother into the ground. And then his buddy is like, then everything will come out. Court docs, public. So his friend's kind of like being the voice of reason here. It's like, whoa, you want that to be public, bro? And Paul's like, so everybody will see what happened, for better or for worse. So obviously it sounds like a normal text message, right? Like, hey man, I mean, he's clearly pissed, all right? He's clearly pissed that people are taking the piss out of him. So yeah, he's going on. So his friend's like, to let others know it's not worth coming at you. There's a price to pay. And Paul's like, that's the idea. Need to shut it down. Okay, so he's trying to shut it down, right? That's the idea. I see the momentum building because the throne is being shook right now. So obviously, this wouldn't have been a lawsuit-worthy thing if Coffee's videos weren't blowing up in popularity and the entire internet zeitgeist was talking about them here. So his buddy is like, public humiliation is always more effective. Totally agree, writes Paul. And then, of course, the one thing that hurts the hardest is when you really look at why Logan is trying to make this, lawsuit go. It's just to make his life difficult. I mean, here's the thing about lawsuits, okay? Like I said, I have no issue when YouTubers sue each other. If you really believe that you've been defamed and you feel like your last possibility for like, hey, having your image not tarnished is the legal system, then, I mean, sure, go for it. If that's really the last step you feel that you have to take, it is the nuclear option, and it's not one that comes with an easy conscience. If you feel that you're in the right, go for it. But this clearly shows that Logan doesn't really care about what's true and what's wrong, at least in my opinion. It seems all he wants to do is just silence somebody because Logan is, unfortunately, a pretty rich guy that can do that. So the more you go down over here, you'll see that Zilla will pay one way or another. I will make sure of it. Bro sounds like a movie villain, dude. He sounds like a Bond villain here. God damn. I want people who wronged me to suffer. Oh man, this guy's a fucking nut. While I continue getting wins on their graves. Bro, he's about to go up to the graveyard and go fucking the L dance. He's about to floss on him, dude. This guy's crazy. I actually thought Logan was like an intelligent guy in a lot of cases. In some cases, I thought maybe there is some level of intellect, but god damn. If that's really how Logan wants to be treating this lawsuit, then I feel like there's a reasonable chance that it gets thrown out. Because it does appear, at least from the stuff that I'm reading, to be frivolously issued. Which is a pretty important thing when it comes to a defamation lawsuit. Now, I want you to understand one thing. I am not a lawyer, okay? In fact, even lawyers on YouTube cannot reasonably you can, but they cannot absolutely tell you how a case is going to blow, okay? When it comes to defamation cases, sometimes you may feel the wind blows in a certain direction, and it really doesn't blow in that direction when the final judgments get delivered. So in a case like this, obviously Logan typing like a supervillain doesn't exactly look good to any judge, jury, or legal body that exists in the United States, no matter which state that he wants to actually issue in. But one of the things that I've really found with this is that Logan comes across as somebody who absolutely has no real empathy for any of these situations. I mean, it's funny that this guy recently just had, him and his brother had like a reality TV show because, again, I mean, it is America. They're going to have a reality TV show on every dumbass. But like, you'll come across stuff like this, it just makes you laugh. Like, watch this.
I come across like a woke asshole, but like, dude, women have it hard.
I actually just wanted to show that clip because I thought it was actually hilarious. I don't want to come across as woke, boys, but you know, I think women don't exactly have things super duper easy. Maybe I got that little empathy in me. You know, he kind of develops empathy at like his 30s alongside, I guess, iDubbbz at this point, which I think is hilarious. I mean, maybe it's just stunted development, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But the thing about it is like, obviously, you know, you look at a clip like that and you start to really realize that this guy's kind of like a blow where the winds are sort of dude. You know, this wasn't too long away from like the impulsive rant about being, you know, you can't just not be, you have to be anti-racist, like crazy stuff, okay? Like, you know, he's very much playing to like a crowd. He very much wants to like build an image. But I think it's hilarious when he talks about empathy and everything of this nature, when he literally has this lawsuit where he's alleged to have been speaking from a completely unempathetic standpoint. Like, I don't have an issue, again, like I said, with YouTubers suing each other. You know, at the end of the day, if you really feel you've been defamed, sure. But based on what I've read, he doesn't really care, in my opinion, about being defamed. He just cares mostly that, you know, he was caught, things looked bad, the videos criticizing him got viral, and, you know, he never really had any logical, real counter to it. It was just, let me destroy this person's livelihood because I'm very rich. And that's the problem with, like, American, like, legal systems, is that even if you're right, you know what I mean? Let's just say that your coffee wins a court case against Logan Paul, which could happen, or it could not happen, right? I mean, realistically, it's like a coin flip at this point when it comes to defamation lawsuits. And the thing about it is, no matter what the outcome is, both sides will spend an exorbitant amount of money. Like, if you don't know how much it costs for defamation law in the United States, and I know I do, it will be around, like, I would say the cheapest you might be able to go to if you were, and again, I just looked at California State, probably like $900 per billable hour. You know, like per hour these people are charging. Like, it can be $1,000, and then you're adding multiple extra fees on top of it, right? No matter how you slice this, the actual, like when it comes to media and defamation cases, which require pretty specialized lawyers, you will absolutely be paying a premium amount when it comes to any form of like defamation law, right? And defamation in a lot of cases, right? Like, whether you be in California, which is probably the best state to be in if you're the defendant, from what I understand, of a defamation lawsuit, because of these strong anti-slap motions and laws around them. But again, if you're going with a defamation lawsuit where there's a serious case to be made, you can bypass those slap motions. You can seriously take these things to court and financially destroy, I mean, financially, really, even if you win, it's a Pyrrhic victory, right? Like, you've spent so much money in the process that, you know, ultimately you're going to be spending years rebuilding that, you know, war chest again, right? And from what I understand, even with like coffee's like legal insurance, even that was managing to not necessarily play along with them. So there are so many things, so many factors that come into play over here. But when you look at somebody like Logan, it's like, dude, there is evil, and then there is like super evil scumminess, which again, all he cares about is, I got caught, let me find a way to completely destroy this person, which honestly is a great play from my look at Coffee's lawyers, because, you know, it is a way for them to try to dismiss this case, because if there was anything that would show frivolity, It would be the fact that this person literally just wants to use the legal system to abuse somebody else, all right? They don't care about their defamation, it seems, as much as they care about using it to legally harm someone, financially destroy somebody in the process. And I don't know if Logan's a billionaire. I think he probably is at this point. If he isn't, he's pretty damn close to it. I wouldn't be shocked if, again, this is the overlying motivation. It's like, you're big, you're above everybody else, might as well shut people down, right? And that's why, you know, pretty much any creator that isn't Logan Paul has to bankroll a lawsuit, or at least, you know, run an extra business, if anything, whether they be selling merch or something, to build the funds for this. And it kind of leads me into, you know, another defamation case that recently happened with Karl Jobst. So let's kind of go there. So for anybody that doesn't know, Karl Jobst actually lost a defamation case in Australia against Billy Mitchell. And it kind of blew the entire internet apart a little bit, because we kind of had a bombshell drop on us, like at least me personally, where the actual lawsuit was not so much focused on the cheating allegations regarding Billy Mitchell, but it was actually in regards to, again, Karl actually being sued for pinning the suicide allegedly onto Billy Mitchell. Apollo Legend, another YouTuber, his suicide onto Billy Mitchell. And the thing is, obviously, that's a severe no-no. That's actual defamation, as was exposed in the actual Australian courts. And in this situation, you know, looking further into it, right? Like when you look at Karl and you look at a lot of the way that he covered this entire lawsuit journey, his entire case against Billy, which any lawyer would tell you to just stay completely quiet, like just speak as much as you're legally allowed to speak. Karl made complete content of it, and in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, he wasn't completely honest with how he actually showcased this lawsuit. The problem with the lawsuit is that he kind of really pushed the narrative, and he really pushed the idea of Billy cheating on this high score for Pac-Man or Donkey Kong or whatever game. I think it was Donkey Kong, but it wasn't really going on him for what was the actual piece of defamation, which was the, you know, Apollo Legend suicide stuff. And at that moment in time, you know, Billy Mitchell won. He won a judgment, and I'm sure it might get appealed down the road, but Billy absolutely won that case. And of course, one of the things that came up was Billy, being the shit poster that he is, you know, even if you hate this guy, you almost have to love him for the fact that he is a chronic shit poster. So one user goes, ironically, your victory against Karl will most likely help Gerard in his case to establish character and Karl's habit of making absolute statements. Only 2 judges in Brisbane hear defamation cases. Karl Jobst would enter the trial already known by the court. If the completionist sues Karl Jobst for defamation, he will win. So in amongst all of this, I never really got mentioned in all of this, but one commenter actually writes pretty well. Billy Mitchell may have won a lawsuit, but that doesn't mean he isn't a dumbass. This statement is pretty dumb. Again, when it comes to lawsuits, especially with Gerard and me and Karl, I've always been pretty upfront and ready over here. Anytime I've investigated somebody, we've always welcomed a possible lawsuit. I mean, you never welcome it, you never get excited about it, but you know that it could happen, right? Now, obviously, when it comes to the state of California, between me and Karl, I believe the statute of limitation on defamation is already up, but nothing stops him from getting an extension down the road. I'm pretty sure if he can go for that and still sue us. Which at that moment in time, again, the way that I covered that story and the way that Karl covered the story, which again, I can think kind of parallels with Noah's stuff as well too, just previously, is when you're not completely if you're working in absolutes, right? Like if you're making absolute sounding statements versus my ass that goes allegedly. I don't even go super salacious into the videos. I literally only show what I can prove with documents, interviews, in this case, interviewing Gerard actually on a call. I only go with what I can prove in my videos without, in my opinion, a shadow of a doubt, okay? That's what I go with. And that's why when the lawsuits got threatened with the completionist situation, I'm like, sure, bring it, baby. I mean, I don't really fucking care. We'll go to court. Well, I'm pretty sure there are 2 parties in this. There's one party in this entire lawsuit that does not want the word discovery anywhere near them, and it ain't fucking me. So yeah, it's one of those things where, again, lawsuits are super duper wild. And I really feel like the more and more I read up and I'm involved and I'm looking at defamation lawsuits, the more confusing and honestly, the more Vegas it kind of sounds, right? Like it really feels like you kind of are throwing a fucking coin flip in the air, because realistically, even if you think the wind blows in one direction, it literally could just immediately slam in the other. So again, it's one of those situations where you don't count your chickens at all, right? But ultimately, at the end of all this, it's like, it is a pretty dirty situation to get down to. Getting sued sucks. Getting sued absolutely sucks financially. Getting sued sucks in every single capacity. But in a lot of cases, it's used for, again, protecting your image. And in the case of Billy Mitchell, even if you dislike the guy, he had to protect his image from a serious piece of defamation. As I feel like I have to protect myself, as does co-counsel Ethan Klein. But in the case of Logan Paul, it really just feels, with the text messages that have come out, he does not give a shit about like the truth. He does not give a shit about, I would say, the defamation at all. He just cares about this guy calling him out, rightfully so, and how can he stomp him to an absolutely nth degree. And at that point, like, I have seen and covered and have interacted with so many scumbags on this platform, but I really think Logan takes a special kind of cake regarding this. Like, what a guy, dude. Anyways, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Yeah, I don't think I need to use my name to plaster on them. It's ruining a little bit, I felt like. I do need a little bit of, like, you know? Let's put a proper arrangement and stuff. Oh, now like everything is just... Everyone just dogpiling on her right now. Dang. You know what? Let's go for the more positive point.
Buy the merch. MataraCon.shop. Buy the merch. Buy the merch.
Oh, I totally forgot, like, there's something happening to Matara too. Oh, shit! Why? What happened to the VTubing scene in this particular year? And technically, last year have, like, a very bad year too. Like, this... Like, ever since Niji-sanji fucked up. So I played Niji-sanji.
Merch. It's until January 15th. MataraCon.shop. If you order now, it ships now. Buy the merch.
I had so much fun, Lily. You were so cute.
I was so sad when you were like, do you want to hang out Monday? I'm like, no, I have a sponsor, therefore. And you're like, no, babe, like just any day that week. I'm like, oh,
because I think I said like week of the 21st. You're like, no. I'm like, no. You get to pick the day, the time. Like, don't sweat it.
Wait, am I taking up your time? Are you busy?
No, I love this. We can yap away, girlie. Okay. I have 103 hours left on the clock. You can yap. Go on.
I would love to. As a streamer, my income isn't stable. So they were like, okay, so what's like your last 3 months income? I'm like, this and this each month. And they're like, oh, why is it fluctuating? I earn way more than I have to stay here. But they're like, it's fluctuating. I'm not so sure if I'm comfortable with that. And I'm like, I can't afford to live here. And they're like, yeah, but it's fluctuating. What if next month you're broke? And I'm like,
that is so sad. You guys should give her 5 gifted. That is so sad, Lily.
But you are responsible for hundreds of gift subs. And I literally tell my chat to not do that.
Sad.
Go over to Mata. She is actually collecting money for a good cause. I'm like,
no, wait,
just put it back into games, bro.
No. My good cause is I would like to buy a house for my family to live in, because right now
that's a good cause.
But no, when you say a good cause, it's like charity. By fighting the fight against cancer. No,
it's charity for your family.
Okay, that is a true.
How does it make a difference if it's charity for a stranger or your family? I will not understand the concept. Like, how's it different? It's still charity. It's not for you. It's a selfless act. It still counts.
We are trying to get a house where it's like 2 houses together by a wall, and I will have half of the house. So it is also for me.
You're only doing that for your parents, else you could have just had your own plans for yourself. I'm almost on my period. I
me too.
It didn't just
Me
disappear.
too. I just ended mine. I'm like on day 6.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god, we're synced.
It's like we synced up like bing.
This is our first collab and we already synced. That's
already
crazy.
synced. That's
I
crazy.
love that. Oh my god,
I have to clean up. It always takes me a while. I have like wet wipes. I like to like keep it tidy.
I have a bidet. You should get one.
Dude, I want one so bad. I have one. I actually have one, but I can't install it because we have to drill an itsy bitsy hole to connect it, and the landlord is like, no. And so I'm so upset. I literally got the bidet. I have the bidet, and I'm not allowed to use it.
I'm so sorry. That's
It's
Yeah, as
so
a bidet
depressing.
person,
So
I'm
I
also
just have to resort to wet wipes instead. I'm not a toilet paper person, but on stream I can't really like douche myself, if that's what people say. So like I just have wet wipes for streaming instead.
5 minutes later.
What did you do to my chat? Are you responsible for that?
I just came back.
Hundreds.
I just came back. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything.
Okay.
I was peeing.
That never happens. It's suspicious because it never happens. I don't just come back from a toilet break and have hundreds of subs. This doesn't happen.
What about they were just so excited because they really loved seeing you play Space Marine 2. You were really cute. Maybe they thought, now would be a really good time to give Shy Lily 5 gifted subs right now as we speak. And then they all thought it at the same time. And then you know how it goes. One person starts with a 5 gifted. And then somebody else like, that is a great idea. Let me also right now give 5 gifted to Shy Lily in her stream.
That's crazy.
Too bad I have no
Chat
people to
has
give
this
5
one
gifted
tell
for.
that they sometimes forget to hide, and I have a feeling you're messing with me.
I would never. Lily, I am an honest woman, and I honestly lie sometimes.
It was an honest lie.
Yeah, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I just went. I saw the mics on my shoulder. Wasn't me, and the words that I told.
I told them to go back to your chat and donate because I have the money. I'm really happy with where I am. I swear I'm not fake humble, but like I don't want more. It's overwhelming.
I get that.
I
get
like
that.
my apartment.
Yeah.
My small, cozy apartment. It's nice. The only issue I do have is I also like streaming, but I'm loud and the apartment is inconvenient also because of its size, because other stuff like 3D and just the technical setup.
Have you
difficult to
considered
fit.
getting a house for real so you could like set up 3D and stuff like that? Or is it
I
just
was
really tough?
considering it, but it's like I have this like f***ed up fear. It happened once before. I leaked my full-on address once.
Oh, and it's
accidentally.
hard. It's harder to move out of a house than
Exactly. What if in like 2-3 years from now, I cave in and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I do want to have a good time doing 3D stuff. I don't want to cramp my setup into the small space anymore. I want room, and I don't want to have to watch my volume when hanging out with my NA friends. But then what if I do have the house and it's like one misclick, one like technical like malfunction, and then my address is there, and then I've seen what it does to people whose address has been leaked. Once I doxed my location, dude, Discord screwed me over because I posted a picture or like a GIF or like a video from my phone to Discord. A viewer then messages me and goes, "This is where you live." I found this out because of the geotag location of the picture that you posted in Discord. So I went to Discord and I was like, Discord, what the fuck? This and this, and they're like, no, that can't be because like we removed the geotag. And I'm like, what? That's the only place I've posted it directly from my phone to Discord, and they figured it out. And then we took the same post. We were like, this person's full of trash. But then we took the same post and we tried it with that person's. The person was very nice, by the way. They were just like letting us know.
Yeah.
So they taught us how to do it. And we were like, wait, this actually works. Not only does it tell where we live, but even the height that we live at. It shows the height, so you can even tell what floor. And I was so scared. So we deleted it immediately, and then we messaged Discord because we didn't want more people to find out with like ill intentions. And then Discord was like, oh, well, I guess the problem's taken care of anyway, though. And I'm like, what if it happens again? Oh yeah, and we moved places immediately after. I moved out
of
like
course.
directly. Yeah.
This is also why I'm so careful at the moment, because I do live with my family and I want to make sure, like, it's one thing, don't get me wrong, it always sucks to get doxxed, but like you said, luckily you're in a place in your life where you can fastly move. You have, you know, a little bit of money saved up, but for us, it's like, it would be so much harder to do that.
Yeah, way harder. I saw you make an announcement. I don't know what it was though, but I saw on Twitter yesterday or something. Or was it today still? I don't remember. But I saw an announcement of you joining something. What was that?
Oh, okay. So WME. Do you know what UTA is?
Oh yeah.
So basically, WME. I am their first VTuber. They are helping me do really cool stuff and really exciting things. For example, you know, this collab today, they were like, "Hey, Matara, BB No Money would like to play Warhammer." I'm like, "All right, I got it."
Yeah, that's sick.
And then both of us were like, "Oh, it would be a good idea to add Lily." So this is a little bit of an example of like cool collabs that I can get in the future. I do have a really cool project coming with them, hopefully Q1 2025. Keep your eyes peeled. But basically, you know, Vshoujo is amazing. The way I've described it is Vshoujo is like my mother, right? And
but they're like a talent agency, right? And you want like a,
my mother has 12
agency.
children, right? And she's an only mother and she has to take care of them, But with WME, they're now my father. They're coming in, they're helping, they're paying for groceries, they're taking me out to the dog park to sniff some dog butts, you know? So it just opens up a lot of really cool opportunities and a lot of really exciting collaboration ideas.
There were just a handful of people I didn't get to hang out with at all during TwitchCon, like not even once. Also because I like doing like the private. I like going to like a bar with like 4 or 5 people only, and then like have a good time, just like have some drinks, and then we just hang out for like a few hours and we just talk and yap. It's so chill. I love that. Also, because I live in the EU, I don't really get to meet these people much.
That's true.
Except for that, so
I feel like you might relate with me here, where when I go to cons, I just feel like I actually burned out at TwitchCon because I saw a lot of friends, and then I really want to prioritize my audience as well.
Yeah. The thing is, I can burp on command. Like I can do something even cooler. I can like rapid fire burp. I can burp like really fast in a row. It sounds like a pig, like a oink oink. It's so funny. I haven't gotten to show off that let's call it talent for a while.
I want to.
Okay.
That is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. That is so crazy. What the heck?
I can just do it like really fast, multiple in a row, just like rapid first. They keep coming.
If you cross a boundary, I'll very politely be like, let's not talk about that. It's too soon.
I like that. Because like, I have the same thing where like, I have very little boundaries, but I'm also very direct. And I'm like, don't be scared to bring shit up. If I don't want to talk about it, I will literally just say, I don't want to talk about it. I'm from Germany. I just don't live there currently. And the main reason is, so after I got my degree, I knew what I was supposed to do. Huh?
You have a degree. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know what to call it, but it's like business politics and like not accounting. It's hard to translate. It's like business politics and like accounting and like in a weird way.
She's a smart girl. She's a smart girl. Wow.
Yeah, it's like because my mom was like, go work at our bank or like something like that, and you need like a very specific degree for that. Or she was like, maybe you could like start working at McDonald's or something and then like become the owner of that place, because that's what the degree is kind of for. You like take over a business. You either own a business or like you become the person of that business.
Well, you could always franchise a McDonald's, so that doesn't sound bad at all, because you can pay, like you could work at the McDonald's, learn how it works, and then you buy
Europe
it.
is maybe a bit different, but McDonald's is a very good career choice, unironically, because we have a thing that we call it like dual studies, where you can basically finish a degree while making money at the same time, and they will pay for everything. You just have to also work there. It's a really good like career path, and it's very
Somebody just said, isn't that what happened with Gamer Subs? So you are using your degree as it's intended.
In a weird way, yeah.
You came in, you took over.
Yeah, I guess so. But like in a way, I knew what my future was supposed to be, but I was still very young and I wasn't really ready for the job market yet. I wanted to do like a year abroad, and so I was like, okay,
when you say abroad, where is that for you? Where is that?
So like it was Denmark, because I didn't want to go too far from family because I was scared. It was my first time leaving the country too, so I'm like, I don't want to like settle for like 2 or 4? What if I hate it and then I just can't come back for like a year? You know, there it's just like a 40-minute flight and I'm back home more or less. You are a shelter as a German
because it's such a big country and you have everything. And also, I feel like countries around you learn German. They like learn German and they come to Germany, so you kind of have it good. Yeah.
But then I went to Denmark and I'm like, dude, this is amazing. Like, what the Germany actually isn't that great, because going to the neighboring countries, I realized how much further ahead they are. But I always thought that Germany best, Germany yes, Germany number 1. But then I'm in this other country and I'm like, wait, actually it's kind of dark, to be honest. And then I was like, I don't want to go back. So I made really good career choices back then, but my career choices were impacted by COVID because COVID cut tourism, and I relied on tourism and people. They sent me back to Germany because I haven't paid into the like government.
Yeah, you said that you didn't pay taxes for enough years in the Netherlands, right?
Yeah, exactly. So like they're basically, I'm sorry, but we can't support you during your unemployment because you're not recognized as like a person we can help here. You have to go back to Germany. They will help you. But I didn't want to come back to Germany, so I went to the Netherlands instead. Yeah, so that's how I ended up here as a German. But my family is still very like deeply rooted in Germany, and they have an issue leaving. I want them to not be there anymore, but I also get why it's uncomfortable for them to want to move.
Especially if they've been there for a really long time, right? It's hard. It's hard to leave your friends, your family, everybody behind. And especially the older you get, right? For us, making friends, we can make them online. My family has a really hard time making friends in a foreign country. They really do. The only reason I want a house is because, first of all, for my family, but I also want my own space because I have lived in apartments all my life. I have moved to Los Angeles. I've moved to Ontario. I moved to Quebec. I moved to so many different places. Like, I've given away books. I've given away so much stuff. Now I've started hoarding things, art, posters, things. I want to have my own kind of place where I have all those things. I've never had a home base, and I would love to just one day have a home
that as well. I have like a storage room where I just cram all the stuff there, but I can't even hang it up or anything.
I want to look at it.
I want to make it nice. Look at it. My accomplishments too. Just like all the merch and every step. I just want to put on the walls and like shelves and stuff. Yeah, I have the same thing. That would be really nice. Right? You and me are like so similar.
I know. I love it. That's my favorite thing is finding where people are similar. That's why whenever people tell me, oh, I don't know what to talk about with other people, I'm like, I always try to find this. First of all, I love finding the differences, but also I love finding the similarities. It's awesome.
It's like the yin and yang. You find the balance of like, what are we different in and what are we like similar in?
Like, we definitely both like the skinship and the cuddles, which is great.
Dude, I love skinship. Maybe a little bit too much.
No, I really like hugs or anything. Whenever I have friends that tell me they're comfy, like we are walking down the street and I am just arm in arm. Like sometimes I'll grab my friend by the shoulder. Like I am.
Dude, same. Like I will just hug them for no reason. It's just like we're just having dinner, we're drinking, and I'll just like put my head on their shoulder for like a minute. Just like just for a minute. Like no reason. I'm not sad or needed. It's just like I don't know. It's like a little head bump. Like
so whenever I'm having like let's say we're out for dinner with my girlfriends and then we have a serious combo. If we were talking about this over dinner, just while we're talking, I just put my hand in front of me to hold hands. And while we're talking, I would just hold hands over the table with you. I do that all the time. I love it.
And I do like the thing with my thumb where I will like pat their hand with like my thumb.
Same. I love it.
It's so
it's
cute.
great.
Yeah. I know, like a little bit of skinship. Like I'm not gonna like thinking about making out. I'm not making out, but I'll like hug him or like I'll kiss like the top of the head, like the hair.
How are you even reaching the top of their head, girl?
Dude, every other VTuber is my height. I think I'll be fine.
I'll be giving you head kisses.
You're like the first taller VTuber I know. This is gonna sound so pathetic. I had that when someone made me potato soup. I'm not sure if you ever had potato soup, but my mom makes a buzzing potato soup, and then I had one when going out, and it was not the same, but similar enough. I just started crying in the restaurant, and I felt so embarrassed. It just reminded me of home, and I miss that.
The one one time that happened to me many years ago on stream where I had this like imitation crab, like you know the fake crab stick.
Yeah. I love
and
that.
I ate it, and I was
love
like,
imitation crab.
I just kind of talked about how eating it growing up, I was told that it was real crab, and then it kind of made me realize like how much my flesh mother did to make me not realize like how bad things were. But now that I'm an adult and I'm looking back at it, it's like
it was like real bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
but she always did a really good job at like shielding it from me.
Same with my mom.
Oh,
I
wait, I'm
never
gonna
knew
cry.
we
I
were
have tears in
poor.
I have tears in my
Oh,
eyes.
baby, I want to fucking hug. Oh my goodness. I want to cry together. Do you cry easily when other people cry? When other people cry, I cry
Yeah.
immediately.
Oh
like,
my
right
god,
away.
so much.
Right away.
So much. Same.
Yes.
Especially
the
if it's
second
like
they even talk about something sad, they aren't even crying. I'm crying for them. I'm like,
Sometimes when people tell me about like how they've been hurt, I start crying, and the
Yeah.
person is over the pain. They're like, "I'm fine." I'm like, "I'm crying for you. I'm so hurt
I'm
for
crying
you."
for you. I had that at TwitchCon Paris, and one of my friends was telling me a story about her work, and I'm like, "That's so sad." I just started crying right there, and she's like, "Baby, are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just
sad for you. Like, it's so much sympathy. Like, if it's a close friend of mine and I know them well, I'm kind of getting to that point where I also, like, I'm very nice and I give people a lot of chances. But finally, I think after my last job, I've learned where it's like, you know, I don't hold grudges, but there are people that I don't F with. I good,
To be
I
honest, I
understand,
think
I get
I
it, but I
should
just don't want
change
anything.
a
And
little
that's fair.
bit.
I know you were hurt. I know I was hurt, but I don't think we as people really connect. I don't think it's really worth it.
Yeah.
There's going to be a million other
I don't
people that
invest
I can meet that are easy to
much.
talk to. We don't have that hurt, that pain. Yeah.
Exactly. There is no hurry. They're easier. They're not as energy draining. We just don't work out. I have this thing as well. I learned doing this more as I grew up with. I don't have to be friends with everyone. It's something I realized a little later into my career where like I can simply choose not to dislike, but to simply say that this person's energy doesn't match mine. I don't dislike them, but the reason I'm not doing stuff with them is because we just don't have matching energy. I
Or
just
maybe
can't match
even
it. Like,
matching, like even hobbies, like for collabs. The amount of people who invite me to, you know, Phasmophobia and stuff. Sorry, guys, I'm not gonna play Outlast Trials. When I play that game for the rest of the day, I am like shocked. I am not good. I'm not happy. I'm in a bad mood. Why? Let's play web fishing.
let's play web fishing instead. Yeah, that'll be fun. I actually unironically when I play web fishing, do it like either or is fine. I think I saw it yesterday. I saw someone play web fishing. I'm like, wait, this is fun. This is literally just a yap game. What the fuck?
But I'm definitely the
yap.
same too, where even sometimes for, you know, streaming, it gets to a point where, for example, I kind of do go out of my way to try and collab everybody in VShojo, but I stream on my time, 6 p.m. typically. But sometimes to collab with certain people, I have to stream at 6 a.m. or 8 a.m.
Yep.
And then you know, I kind of sacrifice my sleep. Yeah, it's tough.
You want to spend your energy with people that match your sacrifice and energy as well. I learned that at least, where I'm like, oh, like I have friends that I don't do anything with. Like I love Numi, for example, with all my bloody goddamn heart. I love this woman so damn much. But our stream content and times are so different. We only do stuff like twice a year together, and that's fine. We still love
This
each
is
other.
where it takes a really mature person to kind of get this, because I think when you're much younger, there's this idea of like, oh, we're all friends. Why aren't we doing stuff together? And I have some friends that I think are so fun in person, so sweet. But when we collab, it's just not how I like to collab.
You have different
not how I like
content,
to stream.
exactly.
Yeah. But it's so good if people kind of get it, right? Where they're like, hey, we're good friends, but maybe I don't want to, you know. And you, for example, you do so much solo content.
So much.
Sorry,
and that's mainly
you wanna do
because
solo
my
stuff.
stream is so unique in like my own way. I'm so in like my own niche where I'm like, I do so much with friends, content creators and non-content creators alike off stream. Like I hang out almost every day, all day with people off stream.
Of course.
But
it's
just not on
tough.
stream always.
It's tough because I do feel like being on stream too, there's also like, for example, I'm friends with some people, right? But then sometimes when you're on stream, let's say like they're in a bad mood or you're in a bad mood, and then you can talk to them. It just adds more layers and stuff like that. I feel you on the being slow to be friends thing, because that's also since you've been streaming for a long time, I feel like when you're much smaller, and also Twitch, how long have you been streaming, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, it depends. VTubing, I think, probably like the 3.5, 4 years, I think, right? But I've been streaming before that in my Flash suit as well. And then I quit because, first of all, it was inconsistent as f***, and I think my peak peak viewers are like 30, like 40 peak viewers. But I was wanting to focus on work, so I deleted everything except Twitch, because I use Twitch just privately as well to watch people. But I deleted everything so I can focus on work. And then I quit, and then COVID happened, and I just picked it back up because I needed a comedic relief. I needed, like, COVID was really tough for me and my friend circle. So it's like, it's so difficult. Everyone I knew either lost their job and was busy finding a job, including me.
Yeah.
Or like everyone had going on. I didn't really have any opportunities. So I was just kind of, you know, streaming on Twitch because I was hoping that a few years ago I streamed as well, and I had a very, very small, humble following, but I have a few thousand followers. Maybe some will show back up, and I'll have, you know, a fun time talking to just a few individuals. I just wanted desperately to hang out, and now here we are. Things worked out.
We like there are so many similarities. Like, this is, I feel like we could talk about this forever. Just backtracking a little bit. So would you say it's been like 8 years that you've been streaming-ish?
I think something like that, probably. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because I feel like 8 years ago, especially when you're a growing streamer, it felt very much like you kind of have to be friends with everybody. If you're not friends and you're collabing, it's weird. But now that I'm getting older, it's like, it's okay to be coworkers with folks. I don't have enough energy in my life for more friends. Like, I have a lot of my core group, and I slowly can add them. Now, if I add a friend, I cannot spend as much time with my core friends, right?
Yes, I have that too, where it's like, I love you, you're a lovely person, but my friend circle is kind of stuffed. Like, if I add more people, I just compensate my time with everyone else I already love. You can't just infinitely add more people, and I think it's something that especially small streamers don't get yet, because they want to do the thing we used to do, connect with every single person. But like, as you grow as a creator, it's not possible. Like, you're only one person with 24 hours, and like, you sleep like 8 of those, and
8. I mean, I have to get into bed, unwind, do my shower routine, my skincare routine. Like, it's longer than that.
Yeah, and then you stream for like 6 hours or 107 more hours.
103.
You only have so many hours each day you could maybe spend with others, but then you also want to have quality time with yourself too. And you read mean comments about yourself of like, Lily, you want to hang out with this and this VTuber, and it's like, I don't have time. I just can't. I don't have the time for it,
I also
man.
feel like, you know, I think other VTubers are amazing and they're great. Other streamers are amazing. It's so much fun to make friends, but at the end of the day, it's me and the Momos. That is who it is.
Oh my god, you get it. For me, that's what makes streaming fun. Because I used to think that everyone I looked up to at the time was collab. You always have to have someone on stream.
I like how we're saying this while we're technically like unofficially collabing. Oh my god, yeah, collabs suck. Screw collabs.
I still like collabs. I just don't like filling my entire week with them like I used to, where I'm like, do I even want to go live if I don't have a collab? Like, if someone cancels on me last second, I'm just like, do I even go stream still if I don't have anyone to talk to? But like, I realized that what's fun about Twitch for me is the chat, the interaction of chat. And like, I still
And I
like
don't
collabs,
have
but
anyone
like,
in the
it
chat.
really is fun
Harder.
because every single stream.
This is something
I know there's someone here.
I
Definitely
genuinely like
someone here.
organizing things.
But
I like
yeah,
bringing people
harder.
together. I like thinking about, ooh, this person and this person would really mesh. Plus, I kind of attract a lot of shy people that like, I am their extrovert. They're like, you're
You
my
have
extrovert.
this
I love you.
aura. Yeah, you have the aura. Like, every extrovert needs like this introvert friend and vice versa.
I have like
You
12
have
of
that
them.
Connection. You are the link.
Yeah, knowing that like if I'm organizing something that I know like the girls are getting to collab and stuff like that, you know, if I don't do it, a lot of people won't do it, and I like it. It makes me feel appreciated, loved, a part of the team, you know. But you know, I actually have developed a little bit of a trick, and I've talked about it before, that kind of helps me, not all the time, 99% of time, when people try to collab with me or do stuff with me, they'll be very excited, very happy, very like maybe aggressive a little bit, and then they'll stop. If I just give it enough space, eventually they kind of stop. And I feel like you can usually tell, or even sometimes I'm not trying to be busy, but I'll be like, yeah, I have time in 3 weeks because my schedule is booked. Kind of see how they react about it, and if they're like pissed about it or not. That has helped a lot. Just being naturally busy has helped so much. I also feel that when it comes to making, first of all, I am a big believer in like eating in person. I feel that through my years,
Same.
I have gotten so good at just, I used to work in bars, clubs, restaurants. I can kind of clock like the way, we haven't met yet, but I'm excited. I have this like kind of intimidating aura, and I can kind of see, I can't explain it. I can kind of tell if somebody doesn't like me. Even if they're
usually
saying
tell
nice
too, yeah.
things, even if they're doing nice things, I can kind of tell when it's coming from like gritted teeth, you know, when they're like, it's
Yes,
so,
mother, like,
I'm so
it's
proud of
weird.
all your success.
Yeah, this is like a very like sad energy coming out from me too. It's not sad. It's more like you can definitely say like it's not exactly intimidating our aura. It's more like, you know, there's a lot of like introverts see a little bit of like most extrovert, and in my case, I'm a mixed bag case. I'm a introvert that behave like an extrovert. So lots of every single time, like most of the people that know me, they are very confused because there are times I'm just silent, not say a single word like a very shy person's, and then there are times that I behave like a freaking extrovert with hyper energies. Like hyper social energies, so it confuses the shit out of them. And as for most people that don't really truly know me, it's more like they only know me through a friends or through clip or this and that, yeah, that stuff. They would have this like view of me as a very confident person. A confidence or like some things like, you know, a lot of like social energy persons. So a lot of people actually reluctant to like talk to me because of that. And why I know this, because I actively like, you know, here's the thing, like you see that you see that one that in the corner have like the forever alone like guy like standing behind me when I talk. Yeah, I have my Discord open right now in a open chat. Anyone can drop in. I mean, like anyone can drop in if I already invite them into my, you know, like curated like VTuber list, and they can just drop in and chat with me. But here's the thing, like I did that to like open channel, I did that to private channel, my own private channels, or like open like you know, like for channel for VTuber, channel for like Malaysian VTuber, all those kind of things. Not a single person would drop in and have a chat with me. And sometimes I do ask, why is that a thing? And everyone answer me this thing. Yeah, for some reason, you are very intimidated. I was like, I'm not threatening anyone, you know? It's like, I'm letting anyone just come in and have a fun chat together. Maybe like watch some funny videos together, or like if you need some trivia, or you want to interview me and I interview you, like interview each other for fun. Like anyone can just drop in and have fun. Seriously, I don't mind. And long as like you behave, you are like well behaved, like not like do all those kind of things and get a person banned. Like I'm fine with how you do. Like you can be like yabai or cringe however you want. My channel is not monetized anyway. You just go for it. So yeah, but sadly nobody actually managed to drop in. Sometimes I do ask a little bit, like some people that I become more closely acquainted to, they all of them have the same answers. I look and sound way too confident to be approached. And I was like, how is that an option? How is that a options, to be honest? Like seriously, how is that like an option of an answers? Most of my life, a lot of people see me that way. And you know what? I really do not like to be put up of a pedestal, because I'm actually legitly in real life a very lazy person. I don't want to be, and because I am a very responsible person too, I don't really like to put in some positions that I need to be responsible for lots of things. And in my uni study time, a lots of times I've been not forced, kind of forced, diplomatically forced into a leadership positions, because everyone think I'm just like this, like very suave, smart, confident, responsible individual. To be honest, I'm not. I just more like a person that love to talk. Maybe sometimes I should just shut up. So people would just assume that I'm just useless. But this is like a funny thing. Like in my house, in like if I communicate with my family, I'm the useless younger brother or like the useless youngest child they have in the house, like the child with skill issues. And then when I'm outside, either when I live alone, like I did live alone like a period amount of time, studying like engineering for diploma. So I went to like Nilai universities and I live in the Drumo there, and you know, I get like a fair amount of like times that, like I say, I keep getting stuck in situations I need to be like responsible, and I'm always the one that step out to be responsible because nobody wants to take accountability. For some reasons, I don't know why. Maybe it's just because my introvert natures, I just like have been surrounded by a lot of introvert, so I end up had to do a lot of things myself at the end. So I always like being surrounded by a lot of people that depended on me. And I was like, please don't. I'm also an introvert. I only step up because nobody does. Because here's the thing, like my mom is extrovert. My dad is definitely introvert. Yeah, it's like that. If you want to say like the scale of the spectrum, they kind of like it's a mixed one too, like me. But my mom leaned toward more extrovert side, my dad leaned toward more introvert side. And I end up like my mom actually. I grew up by the teaching of my mom. If you got question, ask. If you need help, ask. If you need this, ask. If you need that, ask. Don't be afraid, don't be shy. And always tell me about those kind of things, so I'm always asked. Either be very polite on my permissions to ask people that for permissions, or like just be very vocal about lots of stuff. And because I'm being very vocal about lots of things, I end up like a lot of people have this like false impression of me being like very confident. And then it's also because of that I end up like quite alone. This is one of the reasons why I'm streaming, because I just felt alone most of the time. And I know I'm actually a very weak person, and I hate being independent. So I really want to be like one day I can just depend on people. I don't need to like be organized on lots of work. I just like go in, do my things, and go out, instead of like I need to control, micromanage almost everything in my life. Like I'm a person is like very, very sensitive to planning. Like if I have plan A, even though I have A, B, C, if A don't work, if I have to go to B, I still are very pissed off that I didn't make myself a good enough plan A. I have to go for plan B. The disruption it gave me, it actually hits hard on me. And even like if plan A didn't, and like plan A to plan B already didn't work, and then like plan B didn't work, I have to go plan C, and then plan D. It throws me off so much to the point that I will be complete in disarray and in like save your own last mode, you know? Like I can say like maybe in some sense I always view myself as an asshole, because like if I'm went into panic mode, I really will go to like the save your own ass mode, everyone for yourself, those kind of things mode. And no matter how kind of person I am, I completely flip the personality people usually will view me as. And personally, I do hate that part of me, because I know this one thing: I'm actually fucking evil. I know that most people that know me don't view me as that, but I do see that the deeper part of me is actually a fucking evil person. I just, because of like my upbringing by my family, and also being always looked down by my family, I never show that evil side of me, or like that evil side of me never really like grow out. And due to the virtue of my teachings, basically, thankfully, this world have one less of a menace because of my family. Keep looking down on me. But yeah. So like this is like one of the ways I would say like, yeah, I'm glad I'm like this. It's because of those things like I got restrained of my evil intentions. Because here's the thing, I can fully understand a manipulative person, or a con artist, or a person who great at lying, or a person who is like did a lot of things with evil intentions, or like in the scope side, like house and like I won't really just say senders. I mean like lots of people who did like two-faced stuff, or due to business and they did some scummy thing. I can fully understand their intentions. Some people like will be confused, like why they do this kind of things, why they do that kind of things. As a person who innately can see things in a very transactional relationship, I can see stuff like this. And personally, I actively try my best to avoid those kind of thoughts as much as possible. Because I don't want to be viewed like that, nor to be seen like that. You know? It's like being seen as like someone like very realistic, but I am a very realistic person while being a very friendly person. It's just like there's a delicate balance of that. I'm trying my best to like balance that personal scale that I have. I'm trying to be good persons, but I do know thing once shit hits the fan, I will become a bad person. There's a lot of point that a lot of people, even when shit hits the fan, they will still be kind and be dumb. But I'm not those kind of persons. I'm aware of that very well. It's not like I hate myself for that. It's more like I'm aware that I'm fucking evil, actually. In reality, if things like become like really realistic. And yeah, because of that, I always like felt a little bit like, you know, I deviate the conversation a lot. But yeah, it is weird. You can say that. So I always felt alone. It's like being able to know a lot of bad stuff, and then like, and a lot of people view you as like this like either like very kind person, or maybe like just a little bit too kind to a point to it become incompetence kind of persons. While I know my nature is almost the opposite of that. It felt a little bit alienated. And when people actually view me as like those kind of person too, I feel really bad, because like it means like I starting to have like this kind of like, mass of situations. It's a very conflicting thing. It's like I want to be evil, but I want to be good evil, you know. Like those kind of evil, like you can kind of like see is like if you watch Invincible, like there's like that Cecil. Yes. If I want to be evil, I want to be like Cecil level evil. Okay, it's like it's the necessary evil that still at the end the end justify at the end like I did is still good. I don't want to be like fucking evil for no point. I don't want to be Frieza. In fact, actually, I do like Frieza. That is like one of the things. Like, I am evil! Of course! He's evil and he's enjoying it. Yeah, that's the point. I do want to become evil persons and enjoy it sometimes, some days, but my moral upbringing is like holding that part of me back.
Like they'll say it the same, but I know. Yeah. I just know. I can't explain it. I know.
It's the way I don't, dude. People who don't have that like sixth sense, they don't know. But it's even though they are nice and they hug and they cuddle and they wanna hold your hand and they wanna taste your drink. But it's just there is something in the way they do it that makes you know that they're doing it with ill intentions. They don't like you. It's just you just have that.
Yeah.
You just know, and then people around you will tell you you're
Yeah, when you live long enough, you can see that a lot.
crazy. I'm like, no, I'm telling you, they don't like me. But they're like, but they're so nice to you. I'm like, no.
Unfortunately, this skill, most people, you developed it only by
Because you
getting
have to deal with
burned a lot.
This conversation has been, yes, very prevalent to what happened right now.
It is like, unfortunately, it is very hard to develop without getting burned.
I agree.
So
but like the people who don't have that skill, they will not believe you.
Can we
and
talk
it's
for a
like,
second?
Yeah, it's for some reason I don't actually like to watch Cinders. Like I even watch Civil War sometimes, but I never really look at Cinder stuff. I don't know why. She just maybe like a equal amount of evil. Recognize the equal amount of evil. I refuse to do evil, but still I know evil. Maybe yes, maybe no. Who knows? Maybe it's not maybe evil. It's more like insecurities that gave people like desperations, act desperately. I can see that and understand the vibe. And I end up like just don't watch her stuff. The only few other people's stuff that I watch is something like Shyly, like Project Melodies, or like Ina from Hololive. Like lots of people, like if that I watch, I do notice they are more of like a very genuine persons. It's like in your face. They're not wearing a mask or anything like that. Like they would lean toward like their character lore or something like that, but at the core of their content, the way they talk about stuff is basically they are just true to themselves. You know, you can feel that vibe when you kind of like watch lots of people.
About men, people who
Especially you are a little bit more observant than you think.
who don't have that skill, because I think a lot of female friendship, men, I love you, not all men, but women, I feel like a lot of women, when you grow up, I have this thing too where like I'm not a competitive person. I want to grow, I want to thrive, but so many of my female friendships growing up, they were in a competition with me and I didn't realize.
Yes. Oh
So
my
I'm
god, we are
very,
the
like,
same
I like driven
used to-
people, but I don't
yes,
like
I
competitive.
used to hate women for a long time because every time I did have an interaction with them, I was competition. They hated me from the start, and they only wanted to be with me to weed out and feel out the competition. I'm just like, why can't women just be nice? And I thought my whole life, for a very unfortunately long time, that like women are just these vile, two-faced creatures. Yes, I thought that for so long until finally I've seen the light and I've seen some women be normal, and I realized it's not women, it's just often women, and it's
I think it's the way women are kind of socialized, where a lot of women have to get over it. But the thing is, some women never get over it. Just so we're clear, the reason I brought up men here is because I'm sure it's the same thing with us, right? Like this is the other equivalent where we'll say, oh, this guy's our friend. And the man will go, no, he is not. Right? This is the same thing, but reversed. Because you guys see it. But for us and women, I have told so many guy friends sometimes, like, hey, this girl, and they're like, why? And then they always say the same thing. She tells me such nice things about you all the time. I'm like, why isn't she saying those things to me all the time, huh?
Exactly. She is just trying to make you weak. It's a tactic. It's textbook. It's just
But I'm telling you, and just so we're clear, it is reverse. How many times, men, have you told, you know, a friend who's a woman, hey, that guy, he's not good for you? They're like, no, he's such a good guy.
But
It's the
he's
same
such a
thing.
guy. He treats me so well. It's like, girl, open your eyes, please. Oh my god, he's not good for you. I also learned when it comes to friendship, okay, it's gonna sound f***ed up, but like I learned to just let my friends be miserable, because whenever they make these mistakes and I try and actually be like, girl, this man is not good for you, they will get mad at me for not letting them be and letting them enjoy themselves, and then the friendship crumbles with me instead of the dude. So eventually, over my years of being friends with, you know, friends, I learned, I'm sorry, but you just have to learn for yourself. You just have to be miserable. I'll be your shoulder to cry on afterwards, but I am done telling people what to do. I'll give them advice if they ask, but outside of it, I will never push or do anything at all. And then I'll just be like, whenever it's over and you're sad, I'll be their shoulder to cry on.
My mother used to always say, you gotta let people make their own mistakes. And I used to think that was so mean, but now I kind of get it. As a friend,
If
like,
you
gotta
it,
let them
it's
make
so
their own
mean.
mistakes.
Yes.
You gotta support them, but at some point you can't.
If you are are the object in between them and the experience they just can't get, they will cut you out instead.
You know, I actually learned that again at a previous workplace where I'm a very much like growing up people pleaser. I want to help, right?
Same.
If I come in and there's a weird situation, I want to help. And sometimes I've gotten into trouble where I would notice that the situation is weird and I would come in and help and people would get mad at me until I realized that sometimes I kind of need the situation to get bad. And then I come in to help.
First,
and then people are like,
can
thank
be
you so
there.
much for helping. And I've even apologized. Like, I'm sorry, I noticed it was going bad, but I just feel like if I stepped in earlier, people would be upset.
They wouldn't have
at me.
noticed that it was actually bad.
Yeah.
But it's like, because you've seen it happen so much. But like at the same time, you just can't be the object in between because then you are the reason there is resistance and they cut off the resistance.
I think you've genuinely like given me a big golden nugget of wisdom here. It's because if you are the resistance, they're gonna cut off the resistance because they're gonna think you're the problem. That is
exactly.
I genuinely that altered my brain chemistry.
But it took me so many failed friendships and long-term failed friendships to realize this for myself. Because when I'm friends with them, I love them so platonically. I love them so much. Like I love them, and it would hurt me to see them go into a situation that will hurt them.
Yeah, of course.
But it's just like I had to learn to not be the resistance, the one that makes them feel miserable because I don't want to cause. They have to make their own experience. But like I lost a couple valuable friendships because neither of us were mature enough to realize how adulting works just yet. But nowadays I know when I see people walk into mistakes, I'm just like, maybe you want to think about this, and if they hint to me that it has to go their way, then I'll just watch from the sidelines and cheer them on as they are committing their worst mistake of their life yet.
Another quote I really like though is life is long. If it really does hurt you, a lot of these friendships where you weren't old enough, you could always just kind of talk to them. You don't need to be their friend. If you talk to them and you sort it out and you're good together, you then don't have to go back to being friends. You could just be good, like good memories with you, good memories with you. Like we're good, but we're doing our own thing. But that is another quote my mother always would say is life is long.
Thank you so much for having me. It was very nice of you to reach out. I don't like reaching out.
I had a great time.
I'll see you next week. I smooch.
Bye. Have an amazing rest of your weekend.
You too.
Everybody say bye to Shy Wee Wee.
Say goodbye.
Say good night. Bye.
Good night. Sleep tight. Sweet dreams.
Bye.
Oh yeah, I do want to see like the Matara stuff from like False ID, but yeah, let's brace through the Cinder stuff too.
Everything is on fire, as this week we have not one, not two, but 3 graduations from the Hall Live VTuber agency. All while earlier today, VShojo has announced they are dropping their talent Matara Khan, as also during this past weekend we were taken to hell by the Hellhound VTuber Cinder, now issuing out a Google document apology, this in response to numerous other Google documents alleging that Cinder has engaged in manipulation, blacklisting, and cheating. Some of these documents originating from Nanolyst, Bao, alongside Silverveil, and others. These documents also involving Cinder's manager, that being Red, aka Redacted. Cinder in response sending out this tweet saying effective immediately, Red will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry everyone, I will make a larger response when I'm able. Cinder in her full response Google document confirming that Red and her had been in a relationship since the start of her endeavors, that meaning her content creation career. And so to begin to understand any of this, we began with Nanolyst, the VTuber illustrator for numerous VTubers and being a longtime collaborator with Cinder. At 1:42 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning, April 26th, sending out this tweet remarking, hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. universe. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say. The document beginning with based on working with Red, Cinder's manager, and Sender over the years. I'm sure they speak for each other, and there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. And while the document begins with screenshots from January of 2025, we're going to start at the end, which was actually the beginning. This being in May of 2023. Red saying to Nano, then like a month later, unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas. Cinder's ideas, like the flames, and now she's basically rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her. This actually referring to the Cerberus VTuber Spite, who now herself has issued out a Google document in response to the reveals found within the Nanolist document. More on this later. And now back to the Nanolist document, we have more of Red talking about other VTubers to Nanolist, remarking, I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them, like they need to one-up each other because blank can't get along. Further saying the marketing and potential and money they could make if they teamed up. Further accusing this other VTuber of copying Cinder. Cinder and this other VTuber releasing figurines around the same time. Cinder on stream announcing this figure with a spinning figure on screen, and then this other VTuber on another stream with their own figure spinning on screen. This particular VTuber that Red is speaking about being Silvervale, and once again kicking off the history of Red talking about other VTubers as competition to Cinder. Silvervale eventually revealing that she was the VTuber in many of the blanked out section of Nanolist's document, and then sending out her own Google document in reply. Nanolist back in November of 2023 canceling a model commission for Silvervale, remarking, I'm sorry, my manager told me I have to cancel the most commissions possible for healthy reasons. I've been working too hard and it's getting into me. I really apologize for this inconvenience. Silvervale replying, I understand though you have to prioritize your health and taking care of yourself. But as it turns out, this was actually on the behalf of Red and Cinder. Red in numerous screenshots pushing Nanolist in late 2023 to drop other clients, very specifically Silvervale. A week after Nanolist had dropped that commission for Silvervale, Red saying to Nanolist, you didn't tell Silver you canceled because of Cinder, did you? Nanolist responding, no, I told all of them it was health issues. Red just before this also hoping that Kiray, aka Onigiri, would not want a Nanolist model, also that Cinder could have Nanolist more to themselves as their character illustrator. Silvervale's document showing the unmarked screenshots proving that it was her that Red was speaking about. As after these conversations in late 2023, Nanolist would reach out to Cinder in an attempt to confirm if Red was truly representing her and these wishes of dropping other commissions. Here on November 26th of 2023 to Cinder, Nanolist saying, I talked with Red and I believe he talked to you already, and I thought it would be best if I just check here personally. It's mostly about this. Red the week earlier, remarking not to discredit any of your work because everything you work on is the top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Kind of been getting the same feeling from gamer subs lately too. Nano saying to Cinder, I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. Cinder responding to Nanolist, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason for you to help grow and not because you don't like me. Many viewers of this document noticing this next line here and claiming it to be manipulative on the part of Cinder. Cinder remarking, being one of your very first model babies was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with the live 2D cutting to improve your skills, and I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. This to many viewers of this document looking like Cinder is claiming that the success was in large part to her finding help with the live 2D cutting. Cinder continuing on, I can have Red send you a list of our plans for the future and estimated due dates, so just let us know what you actually want to work on. That way I have time to look for someone else if you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them. It feels special to only have your model art for all my outfits, but just let me know if you don't have any time for me to be an exclusive nano art baby baby anymore. Nanalis responding, it's no personal reason. I would never do something like this to you or anyone. But yeah, it's important for my job to reach far, and I like working on different projects and people. I never said I don't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have my other works, we'll always have a way to get you a priority spot when possible. This all echoing an earlier conversation Nano had with Red. Stating Red, my friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models, so I do more for Sender, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situations. I still will always have a way to have open slots for Sender, but I won't be having her as my only customer. Red remarking, I agree you're a free artist and you should do what you want, but I was always under the impression that taking on more Sender work is what you wanted to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. Red responding to that remark of Nanalis not wanting to take sides with, is this about Silver's motto, Nano? Nanalis responding, yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Sender. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. That as now, we skip forward in time to January 15th of 2025. Red still, at this time, trying to lock down exclusivity with Nanalis and Sender, saying if we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? Nanalis responding, so asked help from my friends. They don't know it's you, don't worry. So a monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings. Also, how long would this be if this counts for models I already worked on? Red replying, well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you not to take on any brand new model clients and not to make any new models or outfits with Silvervale again. You'd still be able to work on models and outfits with all your other existing babies, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. One of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. And second is that there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I brought this up at all is there's been a lot of bias with another one of our partners with certain creators, and we'd rather these creators not have what makes Sender unique, which is your artwork. Red continuing on, what about we can pay blank for you and you don't have to discount it from the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think 4 this year right now, but you don't work with Bao, Blank, or Silver at all again. As it turns out, that first blank was Kumori, but that blank in the middle of Bao and Silver was Cottontail, aka Cottontail VA. Reacting with, this made my stomach drop to read. It makes me very sad to have things come out like this. Sending Nano and Bao so much love. Once again, Red here on January 15th to Nanalis, stating their exclusivity terms that they don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver at all again for models or even artwork. Red continuing, we could do it like when Silver asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you still get a job from it. Red back in November of 2023 remarking to Nano, that's with anything though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everyone wants and gets that thing, it makes it less special. Nano countering that with, but every single model I do is unique and I make them special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Sender to everyone. Please don't feel this way. Later, on February 11th of 2025, Nanalis would further talk with Sender, saying Sender just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the quote-unquote exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about that with Red, but I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver still is a client and it makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal. Just wanted to let you know I still love working with you in Red, but I'll understand if things don't work out because of Silver. I just love my clients, that's all. Sender responding, I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her, being Silvervale, a lot, even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone's shadow, which is one reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her. And when you said, quote, I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore, which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, and it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. Nano's responding to Sender, I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. You're so much bigger already. You've done so much more, but I would never give Silver any priority over you. Also, there is not even any model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least GamerSup's art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% an a-hole to her, that's all. Cinder saying further, it's not me, but other people's opinion of us, and I'm just trying to not get involved in any drama drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. Cinder saying further, I want you to get that money. The whole situation is just kind of sucky. I want to just get along. This says now we turn back to January of 2025. Red talking to Nano regarding one blanked out VTuber and also Bao, saying with Blank, she's given a lot of bias and priority at gamer subs, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her since she's already taken our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's music video
that's like
editors
shitty
is the one
talk.
that did the Boss Rush music video, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like model art is the most important thing, that's a VTuber's entire image. Red continuing on about the music video thing. Bao had original songs last year that had music videos by her editor, and the songs flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in the Boss Rush music video between his work with Bao. He says he loved working on it and is super excited to work on the next music video project. Boss Rush's song blows up. He's credited as the editor. I ask him when he's free to do the next project. All of a sudden, he changes his mind and is only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically, we don't have a music video editor now for our next Boss Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song music video for her friends without her knowing it, did 100 times better than her original songs last year, that she locked him up so no one else could work with him, and then had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward, like a literal announcement tweet. And now she, that being Bao, she's been barking up the tree for one of our live 2D animators, and you, and a nano model. Red further saying of Bao, she has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. And as it turns out, back in August of 2024, Nanolist would cancel plans for a Bao model, this on the behalf of Red, on behalf of Sender. Here in this conversation from August 5th of 2024, asking Nanolist, did you cancel
scummy.
models? Nanolist responding, I'm scared
Why do
to
I
cancel
hear
with
more
Bao.
clearance every single time I watch like one of this video? Like the image is like more clear and clear. But truly it's not like everyone got the perspective of the other person's other side. Maybe they even wrote like they wrote like the apologies things is not like people are going to write it in like the clear mind when shit happens, you know? Let me go to the toilet a little bit. I'll be back. Okay? funny things happens. I see the shower head is open, but it's just like dripping. There's no water in there. And yeah, it's weird. I don't know why. Like I don't know who opened the shower head. And there's no water too, so that is like another questions that I need to ask later on. Aside from that, yeah, let's keep watching this. We can't just skip like most of the things.
Bao, in response to Sender's Google document, not accepting this, remarking, How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging. And to now find out that just the day before I shared my sadness, this is the conversation that happened that ruined months of debut prep, planning, merch preparation. If you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind red. Now, once again, showing this screenshot from August.
Every single time I hear this, like, stop hiding behind red thing, I need to do this. What is it? What's the thing? What's the thing? What's the thing? Is it this? Nope, it's not this. Not this. Oh, this one. Oh, gosh dang it. I removed it. Hold on a little bit.
Found a ticket. Wow, you are just, ladies and gentlemen, the Jackie Chan of human shielding. Who takes the time to get this good at this?
August 5th, Red inquiring with Nanolist if they canceled the Bao model. And Bao further sharing this screenshot from the next day, August 6th. This being with the Girly Pop group. This group being made up of 6 VTubers, including Bao, Sender, along with Numi, Yuzu, Vienna, and Tricky. Bao sharing with the entire group, Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule is too hectic. Bao now at this time taking issue that Sender did not speak up and is now claiming she was unaware of these dealings. Others in the Girly Pop group making remarks on the situation now, including Tricky, stating, I am utterly heartbroken. I don't understand why a best friend would let such harmful words happen behind the scenes about another friend you claim to be close to. While Vienna would state, I couldn't understand why Bao, who brought us all together in the first place, was that target of this. It was never a competition. What is a successful career without anyone to share your victories and defeats with? We all looked forward to planning sleepovers, trips, movie nights, putting our souls out there for the world in our music together. I was so honored for the opportunity to work on Boss Rush and with you both. This all just about to involve Shy Lily, but before that, we're gonna hop back to Silvervale, stating I am so proud of Nano for having the courage to come forward to the affected people with all of this and to let everyone know how they were being unknowingly sabotaged. I've spoken to her privately and want to be clear that I have no ill will or hard feelings towards Nano for her involvement in this. And then remarking on Cinder, Silvervale saying, discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder. We weren't friends, and we have barely talked. I was cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. The only time I had actually talked to her directly was during my meet and greet at TwitchCon 2023. I just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me and had someone else take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later on. Cinder in this tweet here with the photo, remarking, stop to say hi after my meet, Wolf Girls. Silvervale sharing these DM screenshots with their Mythic Talent Manager. That manager sharing, Cinder, really loved meeting you and wanted to collab, so I told her I'd let you know. And I could throw you guys in a group chat if you you are interested. Silvervale responding, hello, I appreciate the sentiment, but I prefer not to do collabs. That Mythic Talent Manager responding, no worries, hope you're having a good weekend. Silver further replying to that manager with, sorry for not being interested in collabs. I just like to do my own thing, but I'm always open to messages. Silver further sharing, after the meet and greet, she contacted my manager at Mythic to ask me to collab with her. I told them I would rather not collab, but accepted her friend request on Discord after turning her down. In private DMs, she reached out and asked me to do merch or another various form of collab to be monetized, to which I again declined. Silver saying to send her in late October of 2023, I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm just not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand. Once again, Red in mid 2023, very much wanting to have a major collab between Cinder and Silver, remarking marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up, all while later again attempting to deny Silvervale both model and artwork on the part of Nanolist. Silvervale sharing this, saying it didn't mean much at the time, but Cinder messaged me at Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time she and Red were actively working to take the potential for more away. Cinder here to Silver saying, hey Silver, I just got your gamer sup stuff in the mail and it looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have Nano's art on our merch since she's both our model mama. Cinder in her document addressing Silvervale, remarking, before I was Cinder, I was a pink cherry blossom girl. I had heard of Silvervale earlier that year, but I didn't watch her streams at all. We knew we had to pivot before we were stuck with a design that would just be a copy of one of the most popular VTubers at the time. I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her and drew fan art of myself, of us together. On the other hand, Red was in my ear the whole time saying how great working together would be, since again, he's been the business-orientated side of my brand. Since I started streaming, I have been ruthlessly compared to Silvervale, being called the discount version of her. I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time, between the constant belittling of myself, controversy around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. And it was also the fact that made me insecure, like I wanted to know if she believed all these things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. So at this point, I was working with Nano consistently. We brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or have that shared similarity. It was a wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years. But no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. I became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct action of her own. There's no excuse for any of this. Further giving context between Silvervale and Cinder is Aru, remarking, I first met Cinder during a Twitch Rivals tournament and really looked up to her. We hit it off, messaged a lot, and we even got closer at TwitchCon 2022, where I spent most of the day with her and Red. At one point, she noticed I was mutuals with Silvervale, someone I admired since meeting her at PAX, and asked if I could introduce her. I thought she was just a fan like I was. Cinder invited me to go with her to Silvervale's meet and greet, and it meant a lot to me. After I introduced them, Cinder pushed me to ask Silvervale for a collab. I went out of my comfort zone to help because I believe she genuinely admired Silvervale. Now I know that wasn't true, and realizing she actually harbored resentment the whole time makes me feel completely used. I wasn't a person to her, just a connection. I did message Silvervale about the collab the first time, but when Cinder followed up again, I brushed it off because I didn't want to pressure her. Over time, I started noticing that Cinder didn't treat me like a real friend, more like a means to an end. Aru showing off these screenshots, Cinder asking Aru, would you want to come meet Silvervale with me? And then later, were you still thinking about messaging Silvervale about a wolf girl chat? I'm not really sure if she'd really want to, but I'd love to do more with you anyway. We should plan our spooky collab when we've recovered from this weekend. Aru talking to Silvervale here, asking, I was wondering if you would ever be down to play some games off stream, if you had the time. Totally understandable if you're too busy though. Cinder and I were just talking about how fun it would be to have a canine night. Cinder was the hellhound that was with me at the meet and greet. Silvervale replying, that would be a ton of fun. I've been really busy lately with the con prep and stuff, but things have been calming down lately. Weeks later, Cinder following up with Aru, hey Aru, have you heard from Silvervale about doing a Wolfie monthly collab with us. And very quickly, on the subject of copying, we do have Spite, one of the screenshots of an analyst document referring to her, and that in turn leading to Spite to release her own Google document. Spite receiving repeated comments of, if you're a Cerberus, where are your two other heads?
like
And that
almost
leading to her
every
using the broader
single part
term of
about her.
hellhound at the time. Spite saying, fast forward to months to
I
a
just
year
want to watch him
into my
power
journey, and I started to receive harassment and berating comments and chat messages on Twitch and YouTube. So while earlier this morning, Matara Khan would be part of a major announcement from VShojo. VShojo tweeting out, "Dear community members, we want to share that after careful thought and consideration, we made the difficult decision to formally part ways with Matara on May 5th of 2025. We're genuinely grateful for everything she's brought to VShojo and wish her the best moving forward. Goodbyes are never easy, and we understand many of you deeply care about Matara as we do. The best way to support us both right now is with kindness, understanding, and respect for everyone's feelings and privacy during the transition." Matara at the same time tweeting, "VShojo made the decision to part ways with me on March 6th, effective May 5th. I thank the girls plus Kuro for the great times we had together and the wonderful moments we shared in the last 18 months. I wish the remaining talent in VShojo the best of luck in their activities. I love them very much, and I will carry on being their bug auntie. I will continue streaming as Matara Khan because I am Matara Khan, and I hope the Momos can still cheer me on, even if I won't be Matara Khan of VShojo." Back in March, Matara tweeting out, "It's going to be all right. I'll read this again next week." 2 days later, tweeting out, "I got a lot of bad news in the span of a few days, so I'm going to focus on offline work." 2 days after, saying, "Today is the day, Momo, send me your energy. I need it." And once again, being the same date that Matara stated this decision was made on. Matara receiving hugs from Henya. Haruka replying, "I love you so much, Matara, so much. We always got your back no matter what." Michi with "Looking forward to your future endeavors, Queen." Also confirming to someone else, "Of course, the world can split in half and I'd still talk and collab with her." Kuro sending a heart, also remarking April sucks. Iron Mouse replying to Matara with "Wishing you the best on your new journey, the most resilient roach woman." Mint sending her hearts, as Giga would reply, "I love you and I'm so sorry, wishing you the absolute best always." Quote retweeting the VShojo news with "I'm sorry guys, I know this week has already been a lot. Let's all be supportive through this." Matara on Discord confirming, as Giga wrote in her Discord, "My relationship with VShojo has no impact on my relationship with the members. I posted a schedule template in the announcements." Further on Discord, Matara would say, "As you may have seen on Twitter, VShojo and I are set to part ways in 1 week on May 5th. I thank the girls plus Kuro for the amazing times together, and I wish for us to use this week as a positive memory week where I will be hosting a ton of collabs with VShojo members. I know this may come as a shock to many of you, and I want to make it very clear I will not be tolerating speculation, drama, or negativity of any kind. On top of this, I will not be providing any more information than what is currently being provided on Twitter due to confidentiality. I'm sorry. I know it sucks to not know everything, but this is how it goes, my loves." Further confirming, after this week, I will be adding VShojo staff names to the auto mod to prevent discussion and speculation about them, since they are not public figures and should not be discussed in this server anymore. That being said, I encourage you all to continue talking about my VShojo friends and talent with whom I have shared many moments in the last 18 months and will continue sharing many moments with. What I'm trying to say is you are still my community and I am still your bug leader, and I look forward to all the great times we will have together in the future, my sweet loves. Your roach overlord, Matara Khan. And through all of this, we have now experienced the graduation of Nanashi Mume from Hololive English. Her graduation stream from yesterday being removed from YouTube. Users receiving this far too common message of "This video contains content from Sony Music Entertainment, which blocked it in your country on copyright grounds." In the lead up to this graduation, Mume releasing loads of music alongside holding a nearly 5-hour farewell graduation stream alongside other Hololive members. Kiara saying, "Couldn't call in, but I was hoping the Holotalk episode dedicated to her was a goodbye from me to her." And Agami Korne of Hololive Japan saying of Mume has always used the picture that Korne drew for the collaborative stream as her Discord icon. I hope that Mume will continue to be happy, healthy, and full of smiles. Toa tweeting out in English. It's a Hololive Japan member saying, "I decided not to cry, but when I heard Mume's voice, I cried. I'm sorry. I want to be cheerful, but my heart is still not with me. I couldn't speak English, but I really enjoyed being with Mume. I have many memories, not only the stream, but also the stories of playing in Japan. I really love my friend. I welcome tomorrow with a smile. I think it would make her happy." Hey, Cost Bells of Hololive English here with "I love you forever and ever. Thank you for everything, Mooms." All while it was the dawn of the final day with the 3D graduation stream that Sony Music Entertainment has decided to rob of us. The stream hitting a max viewership of 24,000 viewers, exhibiting a shorter 40+ minute runtime. Mume beforehand letting us know my final performance will not be as long as typical 3D lives due to the time constraints I had. I did as much as I physically could.
I need to see like the post they gave me about, not gave me, like share out. Tips and suggestions. Yes, this one. Visit the site and then take a look. Okay. I think I don't need digital goods and I think I need it. Digital sticker 50%, physical sticker 100%. And again, those two will be moved to here, move up. Four to 5 day. Four to 5 day. Yeah, either way, I think I already did so many things already, so I should take a little bit of break. I need to go and eat and maybe stream some games later on too. Yeah, either way, thank you very much for watching, and as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream, which after I finish eating dinner. Bye-bye!